applications for wind farm development. The first is the proposed Clash Gour Wind Farm. This is an application for the erection and operation of a wind farm and associated infrastructure on land within the Dunphail and Altyre estates in Dallas Forest, south of Forres, comprising of 48 wind turbines and associated infrastructure, including 3 substations and a battery storage facility, the associated conversion of John Stripe Farm into a project office and certain forestry works. The application is made by Clash Gour Holdings Limited. The second is the proposed Rothes 3 wind farm. This is an application for the erection and operation of a wind farm comprising up to 29 turbines, 3 of a maximum height to tip of 149.9 metres, 8 of a maximum height of 200 metres, and 18 of a maximum height of 225 metres, including associated infrastructure. The application is made by Rothes 3 Limited. Both applications are made under the Electricity Act Section 36. The applicants have also requested deemed planning permission for the proposed developments, should consent be granted. Murray Council, the planning authority, has objected to both developments. The law, therefore, requires an inquiry to be held in each case. The Scottish ministers have directed that the 2 inquiries should be conjoined. Now, I'm going to, in a moment, I'll go around the party and all the parties and check that everyone's here who I expect to be here. Before I do that, I'll just explain the public address system. There's a slight innovation on our usual system for those who are familiar with it, but essentially just press the red button in front of you to speak. The red light comes on and your microphone should be live. You press the button again to switch the microphone off. 2 microphones, this is the innovation, 2 microphones can be live at the same time, so or more. So if during cross-examination it will be possible both for the witness and the advocate to have their microphones on at the same time, which I think is a useful innovation. So, in terms of attendance, I'll check who's here for the parties. As I go around the tables, I see Mr. Trinick for the Clash Gour applicant, Mr. Marcus Trinick, a QC, and you have with you Kirsty Smith, Solicitor at Eversheds, yes?
That's correct.
Good. And James Welsh, your witness at the table. Yeah. For the Rothes 3 applicant, I see Mr. Steele, Mr. Gordon Steele, QC, and with him Mr. Nicola Martin, Solicitor at Wright Johnson Mackenzie. For Murray Council, I see Mr. Ewan Brown, and I'm sorry, who's with you?
It's Aileen Scott.
Aileen Scott, I'm sorry, terribly sorry, yeah. Okay. And for Highland Council, I see Mr. James Finlay, and I see he's got Mr. David Moody with him too. Yeah. And for Save Wild Murray and others, I see Mr. Ian Kelly, and at the table at the bottom, I hope not too far away, I see Mrs. Marion Ross for Speyside Community Council. Good. That's everyone I see at the moment. Have I missed anyone? Nope, I don't think so. Good. Okay. We don't have Howard Davenport for Findurn Community Council. No. Mrs. Ross, I don't know you. There's no reason why you should know, but you don't know if he's intending to come later. Oh.
I didn't catch what you said.
Sorry, there's no reason why you should know in particular, but do you know if Mr. Davenport is coming later, or if he's arriving just to give his evidence?
No, I haven't heard from him at all.
Right. Okay, thank you. We've got Mr. Alistair Kennedy coming, he'll be giving us evidence by video link next week, and Mr. Andy Chatterton will also be joining us next week by video link if possible. So there's a number of things I'm afraid I've got to mention before we start. The first is obviously this inquiry has a number of unusual features given the circumstances we're in. The key issue is that we have to run it in accordance with Scottish Government requirements to prevent the spread of coronavirus, hence the enormous room that we're in. and the physical distancing. These include a requirement to minimise the number of people attending meetings. And you see, the programme officer has just put up a copy of the inquiry rules. We circulated them draft last week, and they're aimed at regulating behaviour of parties to minimise risk of spread of coronavirus. We've referred to these as the inquiry protocol. I should apologise. I had intended that parties should see a copy of the draft earlier than they actually did, but I thank you for all your comments on it. And we have made a number of changes to the inquiry protocol in the light of the comments that have been made. So first, at the request of several parties, I hope you received this by email yesterday. I think you did, looking around the room. First, at the request of several parties, we decided to permit advocates to have a dedicated assistant throughout the inquiry. Second, we've confirmed with the venue that parties' documents and equipment may be left in the inquiry room throughout the period of the inquiry. And third, we've decided not to have a tablet for public use to look up documents. And we expect attendees to use their own equipment to look up inquiry documents from the DPA website. For members of the public, I should mention, we have, for the people who've said they want to come, we have circulated them a copy of the core document list and the inquiry programme, so they should have an idea of where to look for documents that are related to the inquiry. So we'll be asking parties to adhere to these rules. If they're not adhered to, we may have to adjourn the inquiry, or certainly we'll have to decide how to deal with it at the time. I should draw to your attention, in addition, that the Minister is taking a particular and anxious interest in this inquiry, because it's the first that's been held in the circumstances of the coronavirus. We may run into difficulties if we can't convince the Minister that it's working. So I did mention that I did ask Ewan Murray, who's at the back working our IT equipment and the webcasting and video link. I did ask him to take some photographs for the Minister to show him the inquiry room in session, and I hope no one objects to that. I'm just looking around in case anyone does, that use of their data. No, good. There is one additional change to the inquiry rules. Mr. Kelly had asked me about whether the wearing of the masks was necessary while the inquiry was in session. And I have checked further on this and sent a question to our Occupational Health and Safety branch. And I understand, in line with the procedure in Scottish courts, we don't need to wear masks while we're physically distanced sitting in the inquiry room. But we do need to wear masks at any time when we're circulating. So if you can take your masks off, but as a reflex, when you get up from your seat, please do put your masks back on. So we'll make a further change to the inquiry protocol in that regard. Okay. Attendance of the public. As we said in the inquiry rules, we asked the public generally not to attend. The meeting is being webcast live, so we've asked those who wish to follow the proceedings to do so on the webcast. So I remind you that the inquiry is being filmed, by being in the inquiry room, you are deemed to have given consent to the filming of you and the retention of a record of the inquiry for the purpose of first, of keeping a record, and second, of making the record available to the public. We've also provided an opportunity in our publicity for the inquiry, both in the advertisement and in our notice to all those who made representations, for people to say if they have a reason why they need to come to the inquiry. We are willing to permit people to come if they give such a reason, and we have received 2 definite requests to attend, and also 2 further inquiries which may result in people attending later in the week. Or next week. As regards, since I've mentioned webcasting, well, I've introduced Ewan Murray, who's at the controls today. Graham Mason and Laura Walker may be at the controls at other times during the inquiry. We're not expecting the live webcast to fail, However, if it should do so, the recording of the inquiry can still continue, and the recordings of the inquiry will be uploaded onto the DPA Public Eye TV site every evening. Obviously, there are witnesses who wish to follow the live webcast from breakout rooms. If the webcasting should fail, we will have to determine at that point what the solution should be, whether it's an adjournment or whether the recordings are sufficient. But we'll have to decide in the context of any failure. But as I say, we don't hope for it to fail. We've also invited the public, both in our advertisement of the inquiry and in our letter to the people who've previously made submissions, to make a submission, should they wish to do so, on matters dealt with at the inquiry. Such submissions should be received no later than 17th September 2020. We'll let the parties know as soon as possible what responses we've received to that invitation. People who have already made representations about the application for either of the proposed development are, of course, under no obligation to make any further written submission, and we will take account, Mrs. Black and I will take account of all the representations that have been made to date on the applications when we make our report to ministers. Another innovation in this inquiry is that we have a programme officer, Helen Wilson, who's over there. I think everyone in the room will have spoken to her already, and she's here to help us manage a number of practical matters during the inquiry. And one of the things she will be doing is projecting documents so that parties can refer to them on the screens that have been provided. And I think everyone's taken in that I've asked advocates to provide a list of documents early on so that Helen can put them up on the screen and be ready to put them up on the screens. And you can see there the inquiry rules up on the screen. I think to read that, Helen, is it possible to enlarge it so that we can see it a wee bit better? Mr. Welsh, can you see that? Yes, you can read that. Okay, good. Yes, I can read that too. Good. Okay, and can everyone see a screen? Who needs to see a screen? Yeah. Mrs. Ross, are you okay with the screen there? Good. Okay. All right. A couple more comments about inquiry documents. For the benefit of those watching the webcast, there is a list of documents that parties intend to refer to on the DPA website for this case, or these two cases. This is referred to as the core document list. You can find it on the DPA website at www.dpa.gov.uk. And the references for these two cases at the inquiry are WIN-300-4 and WIN-300-5. If parties have further documents to submit, please let the programme officer know. Please send her an electronic copy of the document, which she can show to us and circulate to parties. If we admit to the document to the inquiry, she can arrange for it to be passed to our case officer, Scott Mackenzie, who will have it uploaded on the DPA website. Just to mention the inquiry timetable, the programme officer has produced an inquiry timetable, and this sets out the inquiry's running order. And she's just put it up on the screens there, so you can see it. So that's the first day, the first couple of days of the inquiry you can see there. To give a broad overview, the inquiry will run from Tuesday to Friday for the next 3 weeks. This week we'll deal with evidence on the effects of the proposed wind farms on landscape and on visual immunity, including the effects of aviation lighting and effects on people's homes. I see Mr. James Welsh is sitting at the witness table there, and he'll be the first to give evidence today, I understand. Sorry, I should defer to Mr. Trinick on this because it's his
That's
case. Correct. Yes. Next week we'll hear evidence on various matters, including socioeconomic effects of the proposed developments, specific matters relating to peat and ornithology in respect of the Rothes 3 development, the case for Findurn Community Council, the case for Mr. Andy Chatterton, and we'll also have a round-table discussion on conditions of any consent should it be granted. And in the last week, we'll finish off the landscape and visual evidence and hear evidence on planning policy. Of course, that inquiry programme may have to evolve as the inquiry goes on, so it's not necessarily fixed in the current form, but we hope it'll proceed in the form it is at the moment. Just a word about witnesses. We've got 2 witness tables, one on either side of the room. We're expecting witnesses for the applicants to be at the table on my left, and witnesses for the councils and other objectors to be on the table on my right. Hope everyone's happy with that. Yes. Good. I've mentioned how microphones work. The other thing to tell you about the microphones is, well, there's a couple of other things. First, when a witness who is in the hall, each witness should have their own microphone. And when they come to the witness table, they should pick up their microphone and take it to the witness table. If you're a witness and you don't have a microphone, WIN will supply you with one. This avoids us having to clean the witness's microphone between each witness. We're also going to, what's the other thing? Yeah, but just in terms of picking up the microphones, when you pick up the microphones, what you must not do is pick them up by the stem. You must pick them up by the base. If you pick them up by the stem, WIN will have a fit. Because they're very easily broken that way. We realise that some witnesses may be waiting in the parties' breakout rooms. If you have a witness waiting upstairs, please keep a microphone free for them if WIN's already supplied you with one. When witnesses change over, we'll allow sufficient time for the changeover, so a witness upstairs doesn't have to sprint. But the other thing we have to do, we've asked the hotel, if we're changing over witnesses in a day, is to change the cover on the table as well. So we'll need time to do that too. Just a brief moment. Now, we understand, just while I'm talking about witnesses, we understand that there may be an addition to the list of witnesses for Rothes 3. We've got provisionally put down space for a noise witness. Is that still required, Mr. Steele?
Sir, good morning. I was going to address you on all of our witnesses, and in particular 4 of the witnesses I was going to seek your guidance about, including the noise witness. I'm happy to do that now or at an appropriate time later.
Well, shall we? I'll finish the talking things through, and then if you raise that later, yeah, that's great. Okay. Well, I won't ask you about Mr. Buchan either in that case. No. All right.
I was going to deal with him as well in the same category, sir.
Great. Correspondence. The case officer has circulated to parties a response from Cairngorms National Park Authority to our letter, once more inviting them to take part in the inquiry. As you will see, they've turned us down again, but they've provided a written statement addressing points that we raised in our letter. Now, it may be that Mr. Steele has a submission on this. Our view, though, having seen the letter, perhaps the best thing is if I ask Mr. Steele to,
Well, sir, I'm happy to deal with that now or later, but I certainly have something to say about the Park Authority's position.
Right. Okay. Well, perhaps we can address all of that at the same time. So I'll move over.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Site inspections. Normally, we'd want to hold an accompanied site inspection so that parties could point out to us matters that they've referred to in their evidence to the inquiry. We don't, as we've said before, we don't believe it to be practical in present circumstances to hold an accompanied site inspection, and we're therefore going to carry out the site inspections unaccompanied. We have arranged site inspections to 2 residential properties referred to in evidence to the inquiry, which are Mr. Chatterton's and Mrs. Mandel's. That's Tap Farm and Glenarder. They've kindly given us permission to be on their properties without them being present. We'd also like to visit a number of other locations, which we would be grateful if parties could make the arrangements for that. We've previously visited the Clash Gour site from the eastern side, and we'd like to visit again from the western side, from Tomcork and Shenvolt on Saturday. Well, we've put down the date of pencil the date of Saturday, 5th September. I see Mrs. Smith nodding, so I take it that's okay.
Of course.
Yeah, good. We'd also ask to visit the Rothes 1 and 2 site and revisit the Rothes 3 site on Friday, 11th September, assuming the inquiry isn't in session that day. I'm looking over at Mr. Steele.
Yes, sir. There'll be no difficulty about that whatever. The only thing we'll need to agree are the details. I am told that you will require to go to the operational unit at Rothes 1 and 2 and have some health and safety discussion or instruction, as the case may be. And in relation to Rothes 3, again, we simply need to know a time to ensure that access is not padlocked. I think it was on a previous occasion when you went there, to make sure that doesn't happen again. But in principle, no objection, and we're delighted.
Yes, we didn't miss out on a visit to Rothes 3. It was fine. We just walked in, but it wasn't a problem. Finally, we'd ask if it's possible at some point during the inquiry. I don't know if anyone has control over the Berryburn site, but if we could enter the Berryburn site, if anyone's able to arrange that.
I will investigate that, sir.
That's very kind of you. On site inspections, we've received now from Highland Council, from the Clash Gour applicant and the Rothes 3 applicant, a list of locations that they'd like us to visit on our unaccompanied site inspection. And we found these very useful, so we'd welcome it if other parties wish to provide us with a similar list in the course of their evidence to the inquiry. One last minor point on site inspections. We were considering whether to visit Ribrec. I don't think it's actually on your list, but it's the closest property to the inquiry. But it seems to be in the middle of a commercial forest, and we were a bit perplexed as to how one might get there. So if you're able to give us instructions, that would be extremely helpful.
That will be done.
Thank you. Okay, a couple more comments on inquiry procedure, really just a reminder. So when a witness comes to the table, they can read their precognition. If a party's advocate is content to start with the witness's examination in chief immediately, we're content that the precognition should be taken as read. Examination in chief is where, just to explain for people watching, examination in chief is where a party's own advocate asks questions of their witness. The questions should be open questions generally and should relate to matters that arise from the evidence of others that's been submitted. Cross-examination by objectors of applicants' witnesses will run in this order. Murray Council first, Highland Council next, Save Wild Murray after that, then the two community councils, and then any others. We've said that following cross-examination, applicants may ask questions for clarification of each other. We would normally expect such questions to be open questions. Since the two applicants have not objected to each other's applications, we do not expect them to have many questions for each other. If some issue comes up that has not been foreseen, and one applicant wishes to treat the other's witness as a hostile witness and ask closed cross-examination type questions, we'd expect them to ask us before doing so. After these questions, we may ourselves have questions for the witness. Thereafter, the applicant's advocate may examine the witness. May re-examine the witness. Re-examination is a process in which the party's advocate asks open questions about matters that have come up in cross-examination. The process works in reverse for the objectors. After examination in chief by the objector, the applicants may cross-examine the witness, Clash Gour going first, followed by Rothes 3. The objectors have not asked if they can ask questions for clarification of other objectors' witnesses, but I think in fairness they can if they wish. Then we may have questions, then the witness may be re-examined. Mrs. Black and I will be chairing the sessions in turns, broadly day by day, though we don't guarantee to stick rigidly to that. Today, Mrs. Black will be chairing the opening session of the inquiry with Mr. Welsh's evidence. A couple of housekeeping announcements. We expect you will be using mobile phones and other communications technology to discuss matters privately with your teams. I'd be grateful, though, if you could put the ringtones on mute, although I think the prospect of hearing them in here might be diminished by the size of the room. There's no fire drill planned today. If the fire alarm sounds during proceedings, please leave your belongings, including all your papers, and exit the building quickly. The fire exits are in the large windows to my right over there, and behind this desk, behind the curtains. No, sorry, it's over there in the corner there, behind the witness. And when you're safely outside, the place to gather is in front of the main entrance to this venue. Lastly, I'm going to bore you rigid with this during the inquiry. It is important that you maintain physical distancing of 2 metres. You should clean your hands regularly during the inquiry, particularly when you've touched a surface someone else might have touched. Where there are one-way systems set up in the venue, please do follow them. And otherwise, please follow the inquiry protocols and instructions of venue staff for your safety, for your own safety and others' safety. Now, I think that concludes everything I have to say. I'm just going to reach over and get hold of the Cairngorms National Park response. So I know Mr. Steele has a number of things, and then I'll go, once Mr. Steele has had his chance, I'll come to Mr. Trinick. Yep. And Mr. Brown, do you have anything? No? No. And Mr. Finlay, you have nothing? No, to start. Nobody else? No. Oh, Mr. Kelly has something to start with. Good. Right. So I'll go to Mr. Steele first, and then I'll come to Mr. Trinick, and then Mr. Kelly. Mr. Steele.
This is solely to be restricted at the moment to the Park Authority because I've got other matters to raise as well. So in relation to the Park Authority, I won't detain you too long. I've already made a motion at an earlier pre-inquiry meeting, and I won't repeat that now. But as a result of your letter, an email was received from the Park Authority, but in my submission it simply fails to address the issues. It's long on excuses and short on explanation. The simple facts, sir, are these, that there are material differences between the motion that was passed by the committee and the objection that was lodged to your good self, sir, to the unit. And in particular, as you've already identified, in the objection has crept in reference to a particular policy, and the objection contains reference to aviation lighting, which was not in the minuted decision, and the objection also fails to refer to the visual envelope part of the sentence, which is now explained as being an error. But taken together, these factors confirm that the objection that has been lodged does not conform, and materially does not conform to the minuted decision of the Park Authority, and therefore the objection can be of no legal standing. So in my submission, the issues are these, that there are significant material differences between the committee minuted decision and the objection on the face of it, therefore meaning that the objection has got no legal foundation. Secondly, there's a failure to explain whether there was any proper professional basis to object in any event. Thirdly, there's a failure to explain the apparent contradiction between the approach to Clash Gour and Rothes 3 at the time of the decision. And in addition, we also need to know what the Park Authority's position might be now that we have agreed very substantial reductions in lighting, which they have not commented upon at all. It may be that they were not aware, I don't know, but we do need to know their position. And for each and all of these reasons in my submission, it is important that the inquiry and the ministers are properly informed as to the basis for an objection from a national park authority to whom weight normally, considerable weight normally would attach. But I submit in the current circumstances, as things stand at the moment, no weight can attach whatever. And the failure to provide or offer to provide an explanation for all of this is, in my submission, simply unreasonable. But from my point of view, sir, it's heads I win, it's tails I win, because if they fail to attend, I will, with a great enthusiasm, suggest no weight should attach. And if they do attend, then we'll get a proper explanation. And the very fact they won't attend seems to suggest to me, being a cynic, that there is no adequate explanation that is or can be forthcoming. So heads we win, tails we win. I leave it with you, sir.
Does anyone else wish to... Sorry, just on the point about aviation lighting, I suddenly realise we wrote to the National Park Authority about the aviation lighting for Clash Gour. I don't think we wrote, because we received it fairly recently, about the aviation lighting for Rothes 3. I think that's probably something we should do and give them the opportunity to respond on that.
Well, sir, it may be easier if they attend and I ask some questions about it. That might be even quicker. But, sir, being serious, I think we all need an adequate explanation from a National Park Authority as to what their explanation for all of this is and what their current position is. We've asked them repeatedly, and we've lodged the documents, asked them repeatedly over many, many months for explanations about this, and they have, frankly, used smoke and mirrors, and we're no further forward, and the inquiry is starting, and we still don't know what the basis for all of this is.
Does anyone else want to come in on this particular issue? Mr. Kelly does.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps unusually, I have, my clients have considerable sympathy with the position set out by Mr. Steele, although our ultimate objective and hope is different. At the moment, without detaining you too long, I can just sum up by saying that, as far as we are concerned, there are inconsistencies between what the committee discussed, what the Park Planning Committee appears to have decided, and what officers have written in to the inquiry. I also understand that the Park Authority did not comprehend the implications of officers saying they were withdrawing from the inquiry, as opposed to just taking an overview of matters. Put simply, the Park Authority should have professional witnesses here. We should have inquiry reports, and we should have a witness with a precognition that we can ask questions of or cross-examine as the case may be. The difficulty I see now is that we have a programme set up. We're all organised around that inquiry, and it would be very difficult to fit them in, but they should be here, in my view.
Just a moment. Right. Mrs. Black and I will take on those submissions and we'll consider them further after the break. One thing that would be very helpful would be if Mr. Steele could let me know what powers I have to cite a witness in a Section 36 inquiry, because it's not entirely clear to me what those powers are. However, I think when we discussed this previously, our view was that the criterion we needed to apply was whether it would assist ministers to pursue the matter further. We, as Mr. Steele has said, we've asked a number of times for the National Park Authority to come and explain its position, and it hasn't been willing to do so further. So, on balance, I think we're quite reluctant to call them further to come to the inquiry, but we will consider the submissions we've been given further and decide. But if you could let me know, Mr. Steele, what powers I have or we have to cite a witness, that would be helpful.
I can certainly do that, sir. I thought you'd actually, in your email to the Park Authority of a week or two or three ago, actually set out the powers that you did have. Therefore, I didn't address you on that because I thought that was actually dealt with. But
well, I did, but it's not absolutely clear to me that those powers apply in a Section 36 inquiry.
Well, let me look at that in that event, sir, and come back to you.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, I mean, if you, as I've said, from our point of view, it's heads we win, tails we win, but it's really a question of you being satisfied and the ministers being satisfied. If you are feeling that it wouldn't be necessary to have the witnesses, whatever powers you may or may not have, may not matter.
Okay. Right. Mr. Steele, you have something further?
Indeed, sir. Some of it has been covered, for instance, the site visit. I was, in the usual fashion, going to outline who my witnesses are, but that might not be necessary. In relation to week one, I think we know who the three witnesses are, and in week three, it's obviously Mr. Bell. But in relation to week two, sir, we have Mr. Nick Skelton, who will be led, but we also have available 4 further witnesses. Gavin Germain in relation to peat, Dr. Claudia Garrett in relation to ornithology, Mr. Buchan in relation to traffic, and a noise witness as well. And I say that they're available, sir, because I seek your guidance, and indeed that of Mr. Kelly, as to whether these witnesses should be called or whether they can be taken as read, in which event Mr. Bell would adopt their evidence. Mr. Bell would be available to answer very general questions on these topics, but any detailed matters will have to be put to the particular witness. Now, Mr. Chatterton has made a late arrival into this inquiry, and I understand that he will be a witness. I understand that although he's down for a video link, in fact he will attend in person, and he's incorporated a number of comments in relation to Rothes 3, in relation to the 4 topics that I've just outlined from the 4 potential witnesses. What we do not want to do is disadvantage anybody who may wish to, including in particular Mr Chatterton or Mr Kelly, who may wish to ask questions of these 4 witnesses. And the position, if I just a little more detail on noise, the witnesses available, and Mr Chatterton has made several points about noise in relation to Rothes 3, and Mr our noise witness, whose name I've temporarily forgotten, I regret, is in a position to answer all of those points. And really, I invite guidance as to whether, having read Mr Chatterton's evidence, sir, you would find it helpful to have all of these points answered. It can be done, I think, relatively simply and easily, because in our submission there's not much in them, but that will be a matter of evidence. In relation to traffic, Murray Council has withdrawn its reason for objection. Mr Chatterton has again raised issues in relation to traffic, and Mr Buchan has answers to all of these points, and it may be Mr Kelly, or indeed yourself, sir, have questions about traffic issues. Ornithology, there's now no objection from Murray Council or SNH, but RSPB is still an objector. And in addition, we will be submitting that the Habitat Management Plan is a positive advantage of our scheme. So my suggestion is that it would be appropriate to lead our ornithology witness, because that is positive evidence that we hope will weigh in the balance in favour of consent. And in each case, the witness has answers to all of the points made by Mr Chatterton, and I could either do that verbally in additional evidence in chief by reference to Mr Chatterton, or we could lodge a very brief additional precognition to assist with note-taking and indeed to give a little advance warning and thereby speeding matters up. Each of the additional precognitions are either 1 or 2 pages or of that order. There's nothing significant in them, but it may assist with note-taking. So
that would be an additional recognition for each of noise, transport and ornithology? Or?
Yes, all 4 of the witnesses I've just indicated, sir.
Right.
And Pete, sorry, I didn't deal with Pete. For completeness, we have a witness available on Pete. Mr Chatterton makes a comment about Pete. It's relatively brief, but there's no formal objection from anybody else in relation to Pete. So my suggestion in relation to Pete is that unless you have questions or Mr Kelly has questions, the Pete evidence could be taken as read. So in summary, I suggest Pete to be taken as read, ornithology to be led, traffic I'm fairly neutral about it, depends if anyone's got any questions, and noise, again, fairly neutral. But because this is an inquiry, we don't want to disadvantage anybody. On the other hand, we're conscious of the need to make time and the exceptional need not to call additional witnesses in the particular circumstances. So I'm really in your hands, sir.
I'm just going to look over at Mr Kelly and see, is there anything... do you have any response to that in terms of... you've raised certain of these matters. Are you content with an additional recognition being submitted? I think that's... If you're content, I think that's a sensible way to go.
Thank you, sir. Mr Steele kindly raised this informally with me earlier. The position for Save Wild Moray is that any questions I have will be limited to landscape and visual and policy matters, so I would have no questions for any of these other witnesses. Okay. In relation to Mr Chatterton, I don't act for him, but as you know, I've tried to help him. My understanding is that he, because of his IT difficulties, my understanding is that he wants to turn up, give his statement and answer any questions. I had no indication that he wanted to undertake cross-examination of any witness, but if it would help you and Mr Steele, later this afternoon or this evening, I will email him, find out from him what his position is, and clarify that at the start very first thing tomorrow morning. But as I say, my current understanding is that he only wants to give his evidence and answer questions rather than cross-examine anyone.
Well, let's assume if you're able to do that, Mr. Kelly, that would be great. Let's assume for the moment that we will have noise, transport and ornithology, and if they could provide a brief recognition, as you suggested, Mr. Steele, that would be, I think that's the best way to go. And we'll determine that subsequently once we've heard from Mr. Kelly. But I think if we can prepare for those, I think if we, Mrs. Black and I, have any questions for them, they would be extremely brief. Yeah.
So it may be you want to see the additional precognitions which deal with Mr. Chatterton's points first, stress their brief. But from our point of view, if you've got any questions at all, the witness will be here, regardless of where they come from. We're not cutting any corners of any description. We want a full exploration of our scheme, hopefully to satisfy you and ministers. So if you've even got half a question, please let us know, and the witness will be here.
Right. Good. Well, I'll report back to you on that tomorrow, and we can finally decide whether to call those witnesses. Of course, yes. Does Murray Council want to put questions on the traffic witness to Mr. Buchan?
No, sir.
No.
So I should, for completeness, say that noise, as I understand it, the noise conditions are not yet quite agreed. Correction. They are agreed now, is that so? I'm told they are now agreed, so I'll just delete what I've just said. Sorry.
Well, that's good to know. I was looking forward to evidence, of course, on amplitude modulation, but I think if we can...
So that can very easily be arranged, but we may need a fourth week.
Well, indeed. So we've dealt with your witnesses and with Cairngorms National Park. Is there anything else, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. Numbers in the room and the public. Just before I do that, one administrative matter. Mr. Philip Best, I think we've already substituted over his inquiry report electronically. It appears there were a number of glitches for technical reasons in the formula, on which I'm sure everything will turn eventually, and I don't understand the reasons for it, but in any event, a new inquiry report has been lodged, which is in the correct form. I don't think the differences, except to the most learned scientist or material, but it's best you have the right information before you.
We've seen it, and we've received the slightly changed report, yeah.
So dealing with numbers in the room, this is a very large venue, to say the very least. So far as we are concerned, we would ask with respect that we should be entitled to, if necessary, have up to 4 people in the room at a relevant time. Currently there are 18, or is it 17 people in the room, certainly less than 20, and you tell us that there's a limit of 30, although frankly I don't understand why there should be a limit of 30 in this room, which is about 2 acres in size, or perhaps larger. It's certainly very large anyway. Even if there were to be a limit of 30, if we were entitled to have 4 at the relevant time, that would not breach the limit of 30. Now, sir, can I also say that at times that Rothes 3 is not being considered in evidence, by which I mean when Clash Gour is giving evidence, or the Highland Council, then we will be very content to withdraw entirely from the room. That includes myself, because we've got another room available with a very large screen in it, and we can follow everything that is going on. But when we are at certain stages giving evidence on, for instance, aviation or landscape and visual, we would, with respect, ask to have up to 4 people in the room.
I think I was expecting you to have up to 4 people in the room.
No.
That was when you're giving your aviation evidence. So you'd have your aviation witnesses, and.
Well, in that event, the error is mine, sir. I'd misunderstood. I thought.
I'm sorry if I've been unclear. I apologise too. But that's what I'd intended, was that you would have the witnesses for that particular session, plus counsel, plus counsel's assistant.
Well, in that event, there's no issue at all, sir. I had clearly misunderstood the position. I thought we were more limited than that, so that issue is solved. Just on the question of the public, if I may, sorry, just before I go on to that, you dealt with Wi-Fi failure. In the very unlikely event, although I believe there was total Wi-Fi failure yesterday, but in the event that lightning strikes twice again, it would create significant difficulties for us, because we have got several people in our not quite as large but rather large room upstairs following all of this in this building, and we've got other people watching it elsewhere in Scotland and actually possibly England. It would create significant difficulties for us to proceed if there's a failure of live coverage, and catching up in the evening really wouldn't solve the problem, because we are in communication within the team if any issues arise. So far as the public are concerned, sir, we are very anxious to avoid any future difficulties by being seen to exclude unnecessarily members of the public. This is a public inquiry. This is a very large room, and we simply say this, that we would not like the public to feel excluded or feel inhibited about coming along. And there are a number of objectors or indeed supporters who may wish to come, and that in itself should be sufficient cause to allow them to attend the inquiry. So I simply leave it at that. Noting, of course, that there's actually lots of space in here to accommodate other individuals with more than adequate social distancing. One final matter, I think it's final matter, just checking my notes, relates to Moray Council. Moray Council must have had a formal consultation response from their retained, as I understand, retained landscape architect, Carol Anderson, to the 2 Rothes 3 applications. There is one for Clash Gour, which has been properly lodged and we have seen, but curiously, we have not seen, nor has there been lodged, obviously, the consultation responses for Rothes 3. We have already requested that, and I'm unclear as to what the explanation for the failure was, but I now make a formal request for the consultation responses from Carol Anderson to be produced as soon as possible. In my submission, they should have been produced as part of the inquiry paperwork. There's been a failure to do that, but I stress as soon as possible, in the knowledge that Carol Anderson gives evidence later this week. I think is it Thursday? No, it's Friday, I think. And we are entitled to see these. We have not lodged a Freedom of Information request as yet, and hope that is not necessary, because I'm sure that Moray Council will act reasonably and responsibly and let us have these documents either within the next 10 minutes, but certainly very, very soon, so we can prepare for Thursday or Friday.
So, can you just explain that again? So, Carol Anderson is the retained landscape architect of Moray Council?
Yes, as I understand it, sir, and she has prepared, in relation to Clash Gour, she has prepared a formal consultation response in relation to Clash Gour, about which I make no comment on the merits, other than the facts that there is one, and it's been lodged before the inquiry. There must be one for Rothes 3, both applications, and we would like to see it, please. Or would like to see them, because there must be 2, one for each application.
Okay.
She will have been consulted on this.
Well, perhaps we can ask Moray Council to see what their position is.
Yes, sir. The Council's position is that it is not required to make private advice from its retained landscape architect available.
So I'm having difficulty.
Could you speak up a wee bit? Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I'm having difficulty hearing that. I'm sorry.
Sorry. The Council's position is that it's not required to make evidence or a response from its retained landscape architect available to the applicant. It's private advice which was obtained and they're entitled to keep it private.
I'm sorry, I'm losing again. Sorry. If you just put it right up to your mouth, that'd be that's great.
Yes, sir. It's private advice which they commissioned, and they're entitled to keep it private.
But wouldn't it be available by freedom of information request if it was requested?
The council would wish to consider that point, sir.
Okay. Well, can we? I don't know if we need a final answer. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the urgency of it. Perhaps if we give the council till lunchtime to consider to come back with an answer, would that suit Mr. Steele?
Sir, obviously they're entitled to consider their position about it, to which I take no exception at all. But I would ask them to consider this. If they refuse to produce this material, we will lodge a freedom of information request, and I suggest that we'll be able to recover it. And if they fail to produce the material, certain inferences may be drawn as to why they are being so difficult about this. I say no more at this stage, other than to say this: I will be asking questions about this later in this inquiry if there's a continued failure by the Council.
Okay. Well, so we'll deal with that. If we can get, would it be okay to get a response at lunchtime to that, or unless you can respond just now?
Sir, unfortunately, I'm not able to respond to that just now. We will need to
That's
consult
fine.
on it.
So if lunchtime if possible, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that the only other thing you'd mentioned there, just you moved on from Wi-Fi before I had the option to respond, and the limit on numbers in the room. Yes, I think I've set out the two concerns that we have about numbers in the room. One is that we're required to keep the numbers to the minimum possible, which is why we're being quite strict about numbers. The other is that we're concerned that people don't, and it's human nature. If you have a group together, they will consult with each other, and they will come together in a huddle, and we need to maintain physical distancing. That's my particular concern about the two particular concerns we have about numbers in the room. I hear entirely what you're saying about the amount of space we have here, and I agree that as things stand, there is room for more people in the room. We've had, as I say, 2 applications from members of the public to come and attend, and we've said in both cases that that's fine. There's 2 more people who've written to us and asked if they can come on some days during the inquiry, and I think that should be fine. The only difficulty is during the aviation evidence, when I think both parties would intend to have their 2 aviation witnesses in the room. That will make numbers quite close to 30. The place that the number 30 comes from it's in the venue's own health and safety risk assessment, and they have asked us to, which they had carried out by an independent company. They've asked us to keep to that 30 maximum. So we would run into difficulties with the venue if we had more than 30 people in the room. But certainly, as things stand, I think there's space for more people to be in the room. And I hear your offer about withdrawing entirely from the room when matters don't relate to Rothes 3, and I find that very helpful.
Sure. It may be during aviation lighting that those that are not directly involved with that on the other side of the room don't need to be in if they're not involved. Yeah. But, sir, I'm very conscious of the difficulties in which we find ourselves. We are simply trying to guard ourselves against any possibility of a legal challenge from legitimate objectors or indeed supporters who feel they've been excluded. And we know that there are significant Wi-Fi difficulties in or near the Elgin area. We just don't want any future trouble. It's good for business, but it's not really ideal for the client.
I think if someone tells me that they have Wi-Fi difficulties, they can't stream the inquiry, and if we have capacity in the room, I don't see a difficulty in bringing the public in those circumstances.
So there's just one final tiny thing from me, and I'm sorry I'm speaking far too much. I promise I'll shut up completely shortly. Tap Farm, I suggest with respect that it might be useful to visit Tap Farm before Mr Chatterton or we give our evidence about that matter, which is likely to be Wednesday the 9th, if I'm reading that correctly, I think it is. I myself went there on foot yesterday, not into his threshold, curtilage, is the word I'm looking for, but proximate to his farm, which is in itself, I have to say to Mr Chatterton, fascinating how he's living off-grid. But that's a separate matter. But I think it might be instructive in relation to Rothes 3 to see the precise location, the distance, the orientation and the like. That is to say, it might cut down a lot of issues if that were to be visited prior to Wednesday the 9th.
Mrs Black and I have actually already been past Tap Farm and we've arranged a site inspection with Mr Chatterton on Monday. So I think that's Monday the 7th.
Sorry, well, you're well ahead of me as usual, sir. Then I'll completely shut up then.
Okay.
Sir, can I just say one thing on the matter of the public attendance? I think the reality is that the lead-in has already scared off the public from attending in the numbers I would have expected, especially when I compare this with the numbers who attended the much smaller Paul's Hill 2 inquiry last year. We made the decision, the clients and myself, we made the decision not to raise any formal objection at this stage, having regard to the circumstances that we find ourselves in with COVID, but it is quite clear that this is not a public local inquiry as we would understand it. I'm interested to hear that the Minister wishes to understand how this goes, and it may be there will be lessons for other inquiries, but as I say, I think the public have effectively been scared off already, but I make no formal objection submission on this matter, sir. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your position, Mr Kelly. Yes, as you say, we're in very special circumstances. Right. Mr Trinick, you've been waiting.
Thanks, sir. Can people hear me?
I can.
Good. Just a number of preliminary points, sir, just quickly. Firstly, in relation to aviation lighting, and I'll be looking to Fred Olsen Renewables for their support here, since they own and operate Crystal Rig 4 wind farm. It's a question of enabling, with their permission, the reporters to visit, to see the test light at Crystal Rig. We believe that would be extremely helpful to you, for reasons which have already been explained in writing. I needn't go into them now. We know that you won't be able to attend with the Crystal Rig reporters when they visit this week for obvious reasons, but the Clash Gour applicant is very supportive of a site visit for you to look at that test light at some stage. Mm-hmm. That's the first point.
We would, I think, having discussed it with Mrs. Black, I think we'd be very happy to make a site inspection to Crystal Rig if we can arrange the details, if Fred Olsen Renewables are content for us to do that.
So Mr. Trinnick had not approached me about this matter. I'll need to take instructions, but we would need to be satisfied as to the circumstances being similar in terms of the light, the power, and so on and so forth. And I suspect there may be technical differences, but I will take instructions on the matter.
Okay.
I'm grateful. The second point relates to a particular document, JW2, which is in CD 14.4, which is Mr. Welch's inquiry visualizations A3 size, and I'm grateful to you for agreeing to accept an A1 version of that document. Now, you have that, I have that, Murray Council have one copy. Other copies are being prepared for other parties at A1 in obviously appropriate circumstances and not handled too much, and then they will come up to the inquiry. I'll look to Mr. Welch, but later this week anyway.
That's noted.
The third point relates to the Saturday site visit, where I just said, in a half-awake state, I said, yes, that's fine. Right. What I should have said was, subject to checking forestry works in the area, which we will do and come back to you. But it should be okay. Fourthly, the National Park Authority, you've referred to the email that they've sent in relation to Clash Gour lighting. I just want to check you've got that, and I think Helen Wilson has given it a CD reference of CD 1428 now, so yeah. That's in the inquiry. Yeah. Coming on to the number of people in the room, I do support what Mr. Steele says, although I think we're pushing a slightly open door here. Perhaps the issue we haven't quite covered, there are two. Firstly, when I call my aviation witnesses, there may be 5 in the room, if you allow Kirsty Smith to remain just for that short period, because I have 3 witnesses, and I want them all here at once. Secondly, I didn't quite understand that we could have 4 at any time, as opposed to when we needed 4 for witnesses.
No, I meant the witness. The witness says for the particular segment of the inquiry that's being dealt with, 1 advocate and 1 assistant. Right.
So in other circumstances, it's 3, 4 if you need it for witnesses.
That's right. Yes.
4 and 5 in my case.
Is that what you understood, Mr. Steele?
I hadn't thought it through, to be honest, but up to 4 is fine for us. It may be aviation lighting on reflection. It may be there's need for 1 more, because we'd have 3, 4. We'd actually have 5, in fact, wouldn't we?
That's what I was counting. Yes, yeah. Yes. That's my concern, is those 2 particular days when both applicants will have 2 aviation lighting witnesses and their landscape witness. That's when I think the pinch point is in terms of the number of people in the room.
Oh, sir, at the moment we've got 17 in the room, yes. I think.
No, I think we're good at the moment.
Yeah. Still be all right, even if nobody here withdraws, which some I think could.
There'll only be 1 person at most from Highland Council during the aviation lighting session. Perhaps 2 if numbers permit it, but we're quite happy to reduce our attendance to ensure that others have their say. And can I also say, because it seems appropriate to do so, I mentioned it to you, Anne Malone, from Mr. Trinnick, that I noted we were on the timetable to cross-examine Mr. Welch on aviation lighting. We have no intention of doing so. I don't think actually there's any difference between Highland Council's position and Mr. Welch's position on the impact of lighting. It's not an objection by Highland Council. It's not a suggestion of a significant impact. We don't intend to say any more about it.
Honourable Leonard Frank can speak into the microphone. I'm struggling a bit.
Right, my apologies.
And not pick up the microphone by the stem, if you don't mind.
I could feel a force coming from my right at that stage. We don't see, it's no part of Highland Council's objection, as Mr. Welsh has pointed out. We don't suggest it's a significant impact. The extent of impact that he and Mr. Moody refer to appears to be very similar. So we have no need to cross-examine Mr Welsh on that, and I've indicated to Mr Trinick that it's obviously a matter for him, but I'm not expecting him to cross-examine Mr Moody unless he wishes to do so. That kills those two birds, and those are all my
that's very helpful.
preliminary points.
I'm very grateful to Mr Finlay for that. That is helpful. We still haven't nailed down that final point that I wanted to nail down in attendance in the room, which is this. Do I understand, therefore, that when I don't need a certain number of people in the room because they're witnesses, the limit is still 3?
Yes.
Thank you. My final point relates to the public attendance. Well, of course I support public attendance in principle, we all do, but we are in special circumstances, and what I don't want to hear is an upping of the ante on the risk of challenge on this. This point has been carefully considered by you and by the ministers from the outset in these circumstances we're in. We do have, members of the public have had the opportunity to say, I want to come to the inquiry and speak. They could if they wanted to. Members of the public have access to the live webcast. I've checked on my laptop. I can see it quite clearly. Everyone at home can see. Subject to broadband, I agree, but there again we've had correspondence about that. They can see the live transmission of this inquiry. So I want to put on record that I think a very fair and reasonable and thought-out approach has been taken to public attendance of the inquiry, which I think is wholly defensible. Thank you, sir.
Can I just reassure Mr Trinick that there has been absolutely no consideration of a legal challenge on this point. It will be something that's covered in closing submissions, and hope that the Minister will take on board any lessons, but there is absolutely no intention of a legal challenge on this point.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr Kelly. Okay.
Thank you, sir. That's it from me.
Okay, so we've covered a number of points. There's a number of points to get back to you on, but I think... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Mr Brown. I can see you leaning in.
Sir.
Yes.
Thank you. There's a point which has arisen as a result of something Mr Steele said earlier about having just received notification that the transport condition has been, noise condition, sorry, has been agreed. I'm told that a check has been made and the Council's position is that, as far as they're aware, it's not been agreed, and that parties have agreed to disagree on that. So this is perhaps a matter of which I can discuss with Mr Steele.
I'm terribly sorry, I missed most of that. I just couldn't hear what was being said. I apologize.
My apologies. Mr Steele, when you mentioned that the noise condition had been agreed earlier, a check was made with the Council as to whether that was the case. And I'm advised that it has not, in fact, been agreed, and that parties have agreed to disagree.
Well, I actually initially said I thought it wasn't agreed, then I was corrected. Whatever the position is, perhaps we can discuss it outside the room to see if progress can be made. But if it's not agreed, that's another reason we maybe need to lead a noise witness.
Yes, indeed, that was my suggestion, that we discuss it out with the room.
Right. But the transport condition is agreed? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I made a fumbled reference to transport at the start. It's the noise condition.
Yes. Good. Does anyone else have anything else they want to raise before we start the inquiry? What's now, we've had an hour and a quarter so far. Perhaps it would be appropriate to take a brief break.
So before we do.
Oh, sorry.
It might help before we take that break, which I'm grateful for, just to make sure that people have got the list of documents they will need for the examination in chief
Yes.
of Mr. Welch. I've already notified you, and I think we've notified all parties, but I want to read out the list just in case I've added one or two overnight and taken you all by surprise. You'll need the inquiry reports of Carol Anderson and David Moody, CD12, which is the EIAR written report, Chapter 7, CD13, to the figures with visualizations with the EIAR, volumes 3C to G. So you've got 3C, D, E, and then F and G are 1. The CD 115, which I can't remember what it is, but something to do with the 2019 SI. CD 122 and 123, which are the 2020 SI figures and visualizations. The A1 version of J2, with apologies that not everybody in the room has got that, but they will have the A3 version in CD 14.4. Okay. CD 2135, which is the SNH response to the application. CD 56, which is the Murray Council Landscape Capacity Study. And I've also passed, I hope it works, a list of the figures to which I'm going to refer to Helen Wilson, so that hopefully in order of appearance, so she can bring them up as we go along. I've been told I got something wrong. Yeah. So JW2 is CD 14.2. So those are the documents, sir. Thank you very much.
Good. Okay. Well, if everyone's content, we can maybe take a break for, should we say 10 minutes to, well, it's 11:17 now, so let's say 11:30. And we'll start Mr. Walsh's evidence then, and Mrs. Black will be chairing it. Or just a reminder on the microphones, please do speak into the microphone. Have it quite close up to your mouth, simply because people on the webcast won't be able to hear if you don't speak into the microphone. The advocates nearest me, I can hear them, so I might not check if they're not speaking directly into the mic. But just in this huge room, everyone does need to speak into the mic and make sure everyone hears on the webcast. Okay, so we'll take a break till 11:30.
Landscape and visual effects of the proposal. So I'll just hand over to you, Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. I called James Welch, and I've notified the documents that people will need in front of them, in addition to his precognition and inquiry report. Mr. Welch, you're a chartered landscape architect, and you give details of your relevant experience in Annex 2 to the inquiry report you've submitted on behalf of Open. I believe that in this area you have relevant experience at Tonman Clack on 2 occasions, is that correct?
Yes.
And at Doranel, 2 inquiries, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And at Lurg Hill?
Yes, an appeal at Lurg Hill.
Thank you. Would you please read your precognition to the inquiry, starting at paragraph 2? There will be some supplementary questions when you've finished.
Good morning. Overview of key issues. Having regard to the various objections I've identified in my inquiry report, that I consider the key matters that form the principle determining landscape and visual issues before the inquiry, in my professional opinion, are as follows. Matter 1. The siting and design of the proposed development in strategic terms in relation to the project's location within the upland, moorland and forestry LCT 10 and open rolling uplands LCT 11, which Murray Council considers would give rise to significant adverse effects and dominate the sensitive settled landscapes lying on the upland fringes. Matter 2. The effects of the proposed development on local landscape designations, Spey Valley SLA in Murray, and Lochindorb and Suitors of Cromarty, Rosemarkie and Fort George SLAs in Highland, which the councils consider would be unacceptable. Matter 3. Effects on views and visual amenity from within both council areas, including from some hilltops, long-distance recreation trails, roads and viewpoints, which the councils consider would be unacceptably affected in visual terms, including effects on residential visual amenity. Matter 4. the cumulative effects from the proposed development as experienced in views from within both council areas, which the councils consider would lead to unacceptable cumulative effects, including in relation to the overall pattern of wind farm development. I discuss each of these matters in turn in sections 7 to 10 of my inquiry report, CD 14.1, with reference to figures contained in CD 14.2, and I rely on that assessment here. I come to the conclusion that in respect of each matter raised, the landscape and visual effects of Clash Gour Wind Farm are acceptable, insofar as my area of expertise is concerned. For the avoidance of doubt, where I refer to the term acceptable within this recognition, it is in the terms I have described it from paragraph 2.14 of my inquiry report. Evidence submitted by the councils. Nothing contained within the inquiry report submitted by Murray Council or the Highland Council or the other parties has altered my assessment of the likely landscape and visual effects of the proposed development or of their acceptability as set out in my inquiry report and this recognition, and I stand by it. Conclusions. I've carried out a detailed review of the landscape and visual evidence that is before this inquiry and have concluded that there are no landscape or visual effects that are of such significance that they render the Clash Gour Wind Farm unacceptable, either singly or cumulatively in landscape and visual terms. I consider that the fundamental factors that underpin the acceptability of the Clash Gour development are as follows. The wind farm has been carefully designed to reflect the large-scale landform and existing uses of the site and to mitigate adverse landscape and visual effects on sensitive surrounding receptors, including the Spey Valley. The siting of the development in 3 distinct groups around Buryburn serves to conceal the apparent size and scale of the overall wind farm, as there are few locations from where all of the proposed wind turbines can be seen simultaneously. This mitigation is demonstrated through the ZTV analysis for the individual parts of the wind farm. The site is located within large-scale upland landscape character types that have appropriate physical and visual characteristics that underpin their capacity to absorb a wind farm of the size and scale proposed. The significant effects that have been assessed on the character types and adjoining areas are localised to within a maximum of 7.5 kilometres radius and do not extend to an effect on the character types as a whole. No part of the site is subject to any form of statutory landscape planning designation intended to protect it for its scenic quality or character. That no residential properties would experience significant, overbearing or dominant effects on the visual component of their residential amenity, to the extent that they would widely become regarded as unattractive places in which to live. The extent of significant cumulative landscape and visual effects generated by Clash Gour and existing operational and consented wind farms is relatively limited in geographical extent and severity. The principal cumulative interaction would arise with the operational and consented wind farms within LCTs 27, 10 and 11, within which some significant cumulative effects would arise. The extent to which this would redefine parts of the landscape as a wind farm landscape is confined to the immediate vicinity of Clash Gour. Those effects are consistent with the landscape effects for large-scale commercial wind farms such as Clash Gour, but because of the fact that it has been separated into 3 distinct groups, the visual effects are considered to have been lessened when compared with a single wind farm with the same number of turbines. The cumulative effects with other nearby wind farms, including Rothes 3, are remarkably limited in extent and would not lead to a significant combined or sequential interaction at other than the local level. Some significant combined cumulative effects would be apparent from hilltops and would be confined to a localised area of the landscape, which has appropriate physical characteristics to be able to absorb the cumulative effects without tipping the balance in cumulative terms. The cumulative relationship that is assessed as significant with Rothes 3 is not certain, given that it is a live application. The choice of site is an appropriate one in strategic landscape planning terms, and it is located within LCTs that have an appropriate, that's landscape character types, that have an appropriate physical and visual characteristics to accommodate a wind farm of the size proposed. Through careful choice of the site and an inclusive and exhaustive wind farm layout design exercise, significant effects have been minimised on surrounding sensitive valley landscapes and communities, as sought in MWELC's guidance. That's the capacity study. The design process that was undertaken by the applicant has resulted in a coherent and logical layout that responds well to the site's characteristics. Having regard to the above and the extensive mitigation that has been undertaken by the applicant, I consider that the Clash Gour Wind Farm has been carefully designed to respect its surroundings. While the proposed development constitutes a large-scale commercial wind farm, the extent and magnitude of landscape and visual effects is relatively limited because the grouping of turbines into 3 distinct areas means that there are few receptors that have the potential to experience the overall development as a single large wind farm. This is advantageous, in my opinion, as it demonstrates successful mitigation of impacts. The site has a robust and simple large-scale character, which has the ability to absorb the scale of the wind turbines without unacceptable conflicts of scale and/or a sense of dominance arising. The defining characteristics of the landscape character will not be diminished within the wider character types, but the balance of key characteristics will clearly be altered in close proximity to the site. The perception of the wind farm will diminish within a relatively short distance from the site, especially on account that it's separated into 3 different areas around Bury Burn. It is likely that where visual effects do arise, some people will have a favourable disposition towards the wind farm, whereas others will not. What is of importance to an assessment of the acceptability of the wind farm is whether it will sit comfortably within the landscape and will not lead to unacceptable conflicts of scale or have overbearing effects on views from settlements and communities. I am satisfied from my assessment that this will be the case at Clash Gour. My finding of acceptability in landscape and visual terms is predicated on its assessment of the proposed development in the EIAR and through my inquiry report. It follows that the Scenario B alternative proposal is also acceptable, given that the sole difference in that scenario is the use of shorter turbines within the eastern group. In my professional opinion, while it must follow that shorter turbines used here will reduce the magnitude of the visual effects identified, none of those effects is of such significance that it renders the taller scheme unacceptable. I do not accept, therefore, that the grounds for objection put forward by Moray Council or the Highland Council and or concerns of the other parties at the inquiry related to Clash Gour are well-founded in landscape and visual terms.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Some supplementary questions now. And start, if people would get in front of them, Carol Anderson's inquiry report. Also, CD 1-2, Chapter 7, at page 753. And finally, the A1 version, or the A3 version, if you wish, of JW2. Thank you, ma'am. Now, if you let me know when you're ready, I'll start.
Sorry, could you just repeat that page reference?
753. Are we there? Thank you, ma'am. In this section of our evidence, we're talking here about Carol Anderson's inquiry report at 6.4 on page 9. Ms. Anderson is talking about effects on landscape character, and in 6.4 she gives certain views on open rolling uplands, we know as LCT 11, and upland, moorland and forestry, which we know as LCT 10. And she considers, she says in 6.5, high magnitude of change across LCT 11 and western part of LCT 10. And she feels that there'll be such a change in character that parts of the area will become a wind farm landscape character subtype. And 6.6, she says, my view is confirmed in the LVIA, and then refers to what's in the LVIA. I needn't rehearse that because we're going to go to it. I think you want to respond to what Carol Anderson says in 6.6.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Carol Anderson raises a query in her inquiry report about consistency in our statements around the combined cumulative effects in various paragraphs in the EIAR. The point is about the extent to which a wind farm landscape would be created as a result of the proposed development. So if I could take you to 3 paragraphs which highlight this apparent inconsistency. The first is paragraph 7.141. That's on page 753, where the EIAR describes the wind farm landscape, a landscape with wind farms characteristic for the immediate context, redefining the localized area of the landscape within the immediate context of the site and east across the Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms as a wind farm landscape. That's the first point she highlights. Secondly, on page 758, paragraph 7162, the EIAR comments that the proposed development would increase the extent of a landscape with wind farms for the immediate landscape context, and the addition of the proposed development would result in the redefining of the central area of the LCT as a wind farm landscape character type. And finally, if you could go forward to page 7.139, where paragraph 7.503 draws together the conclusions of the assessment in relation to this point. And in the last sentence of 7503, it describes that the proposed development would result in the redefining of the upland landscape as a wind farm landscape type at the local level, but not in the wider context, and goes on to say it would not give rise to a perception of a wind farm landscape in Murray, except within the application site itself, where the wind turbines would be the prevailing characteristic. Carol Anderson's criticism is that we say in 7141 that the wind farm landscape extends across to Rothes 1 and 2, and in 7503 that it remains confined to the site itself. It is a fair criticism, but the fact is that it's poor drafting in 7141, and a full explanation of the reason for this is given in the 5 paragraphs that precede 7503, and they clarify our position and provide a detailed evaluation which is clear, and it justifies our position that the wind farm landscape is confined to the application site itself.
Sorry, can I just check with Mr. Welsh? The 3 paragraphs that you refer to prior to that are
7141, which is where what I described as sloppy drafting comes in. Then in relation to 7162, 7141 is for LCT 10, 7162 is for LCT 11, and then 7503 draws together.
Sorry, I was just going to remind you to speak into the microphone. I was just going to remind you to speak into the microphone. You're just speaking away from it a wee bit. So I wish I was just now too.
Thank you. And then 7503, which draws together the summary and if I could ask you to have regard to the paragraphs that precede 7503. In a perfect world, if I was to rephrase 7141, it would explain that our conclusion is that the addition of the proposed development would increase the extent of a landscape with wind farms for the immediate context, and that would extend east across the Rothes 1 and 2 wind farms, but that the localised area around the immediate site boundary would be classified as a wind farm landscape.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Welch. Second point takes us to paragraph 210 of Carol Anderson's inquiry report and to CD 115, which is the 2019 SI Landscape and Visual chapter at page 74. Again, ma'am, if you let me know when you're there. You're okay? Thank you. In paragraph 210, Ms. Anderson queries something said in the SI 2019 concerning claimed anomalies within the landscape capacity study, which is CD56. I don't think we need to go to CD56. You can deal with the point without actually going there. But in broad terms, Carol Anderson says in 210, actually there aren't any anomalies that make sense. I'm not going to read out the whole paragraph. People can read it for themselves. And your explanation you're about to give me means we don't need to read it. So would you give that explanation?
Thank you. It's a fairly straightforward point, which is that explained in SI 2019 from paragraph 721 to 726. Our point is that consistently from the 2016 capacity study through to the 2017 capacity study, advice has been given to site turbines well back into the uplands, and that was the advice given consistently to the applicant during the design process. Our point here is that when you read between the main report and the appendix in 2017, there is slightly contradictory advice about the very large turbine typology, in that the main report suggests that there is capacity for the very large typology if it is sited set back into the uplands, whereas the appendix report indicates that for the very large typology, even if it is set back into the uplands, it questions whether there is capacity for that typology. So to my reading, the two documents suggest some conflict for the very large typology. And on that basis, I think there is a lack of clarity in relation to that specific part of the guidance. And that makes it difficult to reconcile what is said in section 4 of the main report for turbines in excess of 130 metres.
Just to clarify that a bit further, I'll give the reference, ma'am, but you don't need to go there. In CD 56, which is the main report 2017, paragraph 16.3 and page 72, am I in the right place, Mr. Welch? Some limited scope has been identified
yes.
for very large turbines around 150 metres high to be accommodated in this more extensive upland landscape. Turbines should be well set back into the core of the upland areas. That's the key phrase, is it?
Yes.
Right. if people go instead, and it's not paginated, to the appendix report of 2017 for LCT 10, I regret I can't give you a pagination for that, but if you were to go there, because I'm not inviting you necessarily to do so, you would see under the heading, am I right, second column, very large-scale typology, more than 130 metres. Am I in the right place?
Yes.
In that column towards the bottom is the slightly, you say, contradictory advice. Very large turbines towards 200 metres high will be likely to have a greater impact on adjoining more sensitive landscapes, even if located within the interior of the uplands. Have I highlighted the right passages?
You have, yes.
Thank you. And what do you take from this, please?
When designing Clash Gour, we had regard to the 2016 appendix and main report, which reflects the advice consistently given to the applicant by the council, which was to set well back into the core of the uplands. I think when we move into the 27 main report and appendix, that the clarity of that advice weakens, and at the very best it differs in terms of its advice about the siting of the very large typology. Hence why I think there is a lack of clarity in the 2017 between the 2017 main report and its appendix.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. The third point takes us to Carol Anderson's inquiry report 6.4. We've been there before for something else. We're going back there. And you also need in front of you, everybody, a JW2 or whatever size you've got. And we go into visualizations now. CD13, volumes 3C and 3E. We'll go to 3C first if you're doing it sequentially electronically.
Volume 3C.
Volume 3C, and when you get to 3C, it's figure 727C, so you might get that open for starters. In 6.4, Carol Anderson is talking about LCT 11, open rolling uplands, and LCT 10, upland, moorland and forestry. And she says, I consider the size of the turbines in the proposed development and scenario B would dominate these smaller scale upland fringes and contribute to significant adverse impacts that would arise in respect to these LCTs. I think you want to respond.
Thank you. I think if, just to create the right reference for this point, JW2 is useful to look at. And if you can locate viewpoint 5, firstly, ma'am. Which is in the upper Knockando area. That interface there between the landscape character type to the south of viewpoint 5, which is the Spey Valley, and the LCT 10 to the north, that's one of the interfaces that is being referred to by Carol Anderson. And the second point where the uplands interface with the more sensitive valley is in the vicinity of viewpoint 27, where again we can see either side of the blue line there, LCT 10 meeting LCT 5A. So those are the two locations referred to at this point in her evidence. And if we look at viewpoint 5, this viewpoint is actually looking over the fringes of LCT 10 and 11 near Upper Knockando. We can see from this photo montage that approximately 2 hubs of the development are visible behind the bank of forestry. And if you were to look at the preceding image, the wireline indicates what you would see if the forestry was removed. In my assessment, it's not reasonable to assess a finding of dominant at this location. And if it would help, I would explain what I mean by the term dominant. It refers, in landscape and visual terms, it refers to a magnitude of change that is higher than prominent, and which in most circumstances would align with a magnitude of effect that could be described as having an overbearing or overwhelming influence on a landscape or view, where the proposed development presumes the prevailing influence. Now, I don't consider that the magnitude of effect in that viewpoint is in that league. Prominent is a scale, a step down from that, where something might appear very noticeable or conspicuous, but where it's one of a number of characteristics, and I think prominent would be a fairer assessment of that effect, and even at that, stretching it slightly.
And that's the view we're looking at on the screens now?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, the view on the screen, just to make it absolutely clear, is slightly more zoomed in than it is in the document. Secondly, looking at the other interface, we need to turn to the transition that occurs at the northern edge of the uplands, and viewpoint 27 is useful for that. I'm afraid it's a double-page image in the EIAR. This is figure 749D and 749E. And it shows the turbines firmly rooted in the upland part of the landscape, which lies beyond the smaller scale LCT 5A in the foreground. I would add that almost no parts of the northern group or the southern groups of Clash Gour are seen from this viewpoint, confirming that they are set back into the uplands. And as for the eastern group, which you see there, you are not seeing them to full height. They are partially concealed by landform and forestry. And furthermore, if you look back to JW2, you can see that the eastern cluster of turbines is positioned on the boundary of LCT 10 and 11. And from my point of view, they couldn't be more centrally located than they are in the upland area. So my conclusion here is that I consider the use of the word dominant, it's excessive for the magnitude of effect that would result in these locations.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Our next point takes us to Karen Anderson's 6.7 on page 9 of her inquiry report. Sorry, ma'am, I'll give you time to... You're okay? Fine.
Paragraph number again?
6.7 on page 9. And the useful documents to have are JW2 again, Volume 3C in the EIAR CD13, it's viewpoint 10, which is figure 732. And there's one more thing to get out once you've got that. Figure 732. And within CD 122, which is the 2020 SI, it's figure 722C. Yes, up on screen, I think we've now got...
That's the sequential analysis on D95, is that right? Yeah.
I should have my driving glasses on for this inquiry, not just the reading glasses. Is that viewpoint 10? It is, isn't it? Good. That's the Karen viewpoint. And you let me know, ma'am, once you've got figure 722C in front of you as well, or available. Thank you. Now, in 6.7, Ms. Anderson's talking about the Broad Farmed Valley LCT, otherwise LCT 7, and she says that the magnitude of change for landscape effects we're talking about here would range from medium to high medium, and significant effects occurring on the appreciation of smaller scale features in the Upper Knockendo Valley area, which lies at the transition of LCT 7 and the Upland Forestry, Moorland and Forestry LCT, which is 10, and within a small part of the narrow incised valley floor of the Spey. Please respond.
Ma'am, it might be helpful just to quickly look at JW2 to see the extent of LCT 7 in the vicinity of viewpoint 10. It's positioned close to the River Spey on its northern side within LCT 7, and viewpoint 10 is representative of the visual effect that may be experienced in that area. Our assessment is that the magnitude of effect on a very small part of the Spey Valley would be between low for the baseline scenario and medium low for the application scenario. If Ms. Anderson is suggesting that the magnitude in what is a heavily wooded LCT is high to medium at 6 kilometres, then I don't agree with that. And I would stress here that the viewpoint 10 is, whilst it provides a representative impression, it's not a surrogate for a landscape character assessment. The point I would make is that in this part of LCT 10, the proposed development has a very limited effect geographically.
Do you mean 7 or 10?
I beg your pardon, LCT 7.
Thank you.
Has a very limited effect geographically. The area is very heavily wooded. We struggled to find a viewpoint to capture it. And if you refer to the SI figure 722C, which is the sequential assessment of the A95...
Let people get there, Mr. Welch, first.
I have it on my screen, thank you.
We're really looking at the area of landscape that sits to the north of the A95.
Well, let's just introduce this figure a bit more clearly. It's the first time we've been here. What does this do, this figure?
This figure provides a ZTV-based assessment of the effects on the A95 route, but it's a useful figure for me to refer to regarding woodland because it provides a clearer base map underneath the ZTV in the vicinity of LCT 7.
Again, we have that on the screen, perhaps, if you want
Yes, we do.
Explain that.
Yes, so the area that is occupied by LCT 7 is very much in the vicinity of the patches of the road where some visibility is highlighted, and to the north of the road you can see the River Spey itself is very substantially out of the ZTV. There is quite a sizable area of green shading to the south of the river, between the river and the road, which is very much LCT 7, and it is substantially occupied by forestry and woodland. So my point is that these, whilst there is a visual effect at viewpoint 10, it's not manifested widely throughout LCT 7. And I don't accept the suggestion that there is a medium or high to medium magnitude on LCT 7 in reality when you take that into account. I would also ask you, ma'am, to take account of page 26 in Carol Anderson's inquiry report, where she sets out the criteria that she has used to assess magnitude of landscape change, which, in my opinion, do not accord with GLVIA, the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment.
Which is CD 7.1.
Which clearly says in paragraph 548 on page 90 that the assessor should consider the geographical extent of the area influenced. And the assessment in the EIAR takes that into account in its methodology, whereas it would appear that Carol Anderson's methodology does not. And that may help to explain the difference in our respective assessments of magnitude of change on LCT 7.
Continuing on to my next point, we're still sticking, though, with the A95. So, ma'am, would you keep the figure currently on the screen in front of you? And also, we need to get out CD 13, CD 13, volume 3D this time. Figure 735C, which is viewpoint 13. I think, speaking to the programme officer, having found that figure, can we go back to figure 722C first? And ma'am, what we're tackling here is Carol Anderson's inquiry report at 616.2, which is on page 12. in that paragraph, Carol Anderson talks about views from the A95 west of Abelair and talks about distillery tours and the malt whisky trail, which we all know. I think you want to respond to what she says in that paragraph. Are you ready, ma'am? No? Go. Thank you.
What I'm keen to do is put the views from the A95 into perspective. SI figure 722C, which is on the screen, shows that along this stretch of the A95, which is the only stretch affected at all, there would be two patches of theoretical visibility shown by the coloured sections of the route. That in itself indicates just how limited the theoretical visibility is from the route before you take into account tree and woodland screening alongside the route, which further reduces that visibility in reality, particularly so in the section nearest Abelair. Viewpoint 13, which sits in the westernmost group of shading on the road, was the best viewpoint that we could find to try and capture this visibility that actually occurs. It is shown here in figure, I've got 735C open, and it is a fleeting view in the vicinity of Mary Park, which is principally seen by people to the north, perpendicular to the direction of travel, and at a distance of approximately 13 kilometres.
This is the viewpoint at north of Brodie-Croft.
Yes.
Isn't it? Yeah.
A95 north of Brodie-Croft. I think it is... I cannot see from looking at viewpoint 13 and considering the stretch of the road that is affected that this is going to adversely affect people's perception of the Murray landscape. And I would say that views south from the A95 in this vicinity are of greater interest and frequently take in Ben Rinnes, for example, which is a more interesting aspect while travelling along the route. What you see from viewpoint 13 is a diverse landscape. You can't see the River Spey itself, which is tucked down, which crosses farmland, woodland, and then into the uplands that we've talked about beyond where the wind farm would be sited. And to the left-hand side, we can make out Paul's Hill. And in the SI 2020, there is a wire line for this viewpoint which shows the relationship with Rothes 3 and Paul's Hill 2. And in our assessment, this is not a significant visual impact on the route at this point.
Okay on that. Thank you. Can we move on to, in terms of the inquiry report, 6.16.3, so same page, 12, and changing visualizations now, ma'am. If you get at CD 123, these are the SI 2020 visualizations, which I'm unlucky enough to have in hard copy. They're extremely heavy. And when you get there, it's figure 756A.
Sorry, the CD number again?
123. Figure 756A. What we're dealing with here is the Dallas to Knockando Road, which is mentioned in dispatches on numerous occasions in the evidence. And in the paragraph of her inquiry report to which I refer, Carol Anderson says, in these views, This proposal will appear much closer to the west side of the road, 3.5 kilometres, than the operational Paul's Hill and Berry Burn developments, which appear set back from this road and also comprise much smaller turbines. You want to say something about that?
Viewpoint 1 covers a 360-degree view, so it provides a complete coverage of the outlook from that location. It is relevant when considering the relative effect of Clash Gour to also consider not only Paul's Hill and Berry Burn, but also Meikle Hill, which is
756C, please.
consented by Murray Council in 2015, and which I understand is still a live consent. What is important in terms of the effect from this route is the relative turbine height in the views. If you compare Clash Gour, and this might mean toggling between a number of the frames here, but if you compare Clash Gour with the operational Rothes 2, Rothes 2 at 2.3 kilometres is the same size, if not slightly taller, than Clash Gour at 3.56.
Sorry, if we get 756C up.
To 756A.
Sorry, I thought you wanted Rothes.
Yes, so we had C on A and C are the two.
I'll shut up and leave it to you.
Not at all. A and C are the two to compare.
Right.
And Meikle Hill clearly at 1 kilometre from the road is vastly bigger than either Rothes 2 or Clash Gour. So I do not agree that this proposal will appear much closer to the west side of the road. Clash Gour is set well back. It is firmly rooted in the upland landscape and commercial plantation, which we can see here in 757A. The plantation gives a simple, homogeneous characteristic which can accommodate the development. It will not be dominant.
Sorry, can I just track back? You referred to which figure? 7. I thought you said 757 just then. Which one do you mean?
I beg your pardon. We're still on 756A and 756.
That's what I thought. Yes.
And 756C.
Yep. Carry on.
So 756A, as shown there on the screens, in my opinion, can accommodate the development because of its simple, homogeneous character, and it would not be dominant at 3.5 kilometres. Meikle Hill, by comparison, would be 3 times taller and occupying a wider field of view. In my opinion, Clash Gour is set back into the upland part of this view and sits within the field of view that is already framed by Berry Burn.
Okay. Thank you. If we go to the next paragraph of Carol Anson's inquiry report, 616.4, page 13, where she discusses the Dava Way. She gives the view she gives. I'm not going to read them out. They're in front of you. In order to respond, I think we need CD23 again. And this time it really is figure 757, isn't it? Am I correct?
Yes.
It's viewpoint 2. And when we get to it, we'll need viewpoint 3, which we can turn to in a moment. It'd be also useful, ma'am, to get out CD122 at figure 722I. Let me know when you're...
figure again?
722I.
Thank you.
That's the one on the screen. Mr. Welch, what do you want to say about Carol Anderson's evidence on this point?
If we start with viewpoint 1 at 757A, we record this as a significant visual effect, as we do for viewpoint 3, which is the...
Sorry, Mr. Welch, do you mean viewpoint 1 or viewpoint 2?
I beg your pardon, viewpoint 2.
Viewpoint 2, right.
Viewpoint 2, which is the Darver Way sitting below the Knockabray Mori, and viewpoint 3, which is the other one we're going to look at, is Knockabray Mori itself. Sorry, I'm getting my viewpoints.
Sorry?
So, as far as the Darver Way is concerned, we consider that whilst a significant effect, the wind farm is set back into the uplands, and it is not within the immediate landscape of the moorland or the farmland wooded estates. It's set entirely against a backdrop that contains Bury Burn. And while undoubtedly smaller, it demonstrates the principle of wind energy in that view sited on the enclosing uplands to the moor.
Yeah, just to get one reference here, in that paragraph of evidence, Carol Anderson refers to the Moydach Moor area. Is that the foreground of viewpoint 2?
Yes, it is.
So that is Moydach Moor.
That's Moydach Moor.
Okay, thank you. Carry on, please.
If we look at figure 722I, the ZTV, again, it's the same analysis, but of the Darver Way. It demonstrates limited effects along the route, and where the dark blue shading is shown is in the vicinity of Moydach Moor, and any sense of dominance, if that's the term that Miss Anderson wishes to use, must be seen in the context of a very large-scale foreground. And I say on that basis it is not a dominant effect, because the context in which the development would be experienced is very large-scale. I would also add in relation to 722 that the parts of the Darver Way to the north, where some different shading of ZTV is shown in yellow and orange and green, coincide with areas of extensive forestry and woodland cover, and no visibility or no material visibility occurs from those areas. So it's principally the stretch of dark blue that we're concerned with in relation to the Darver Way.
So to get that clear, once the 939 divides and that going due north becomes the 940, once you get to the next stretch of multicolour as opposed to blue, that's the area of forestry you're talking about?
Yes, that's
well, a chainage 21 kilometres onwards.
Yes.
If you refer to the chainage, it may help here, I think.
Yes. Chainage 21 north is no material visibility due to woodland.
And that continues up to and beyond chainage 34?
Yes.
So that the visibility that we need to focus on in this inquiry is really from chainage 14 up to tell us where?
Up to, it enters forestry just after chainage 20.
Yeah.
Just before you get to the Divvy Viaduct.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Are you finished on that?
Yes.
Thank you. The next paragraph of her inquiry report, 616.5, Karen Anderson talks about views from Ben Rennes. So to answer what she says, we need to go, I think, to viewpoint 16, which in CD 123 again is figure 771. I'll wait till you get there, ma'am.
Sorry, figure number again?
771. And what Carol Anderson says is, I consider that both the proposed development and scenario B would be prominent in these views, and both would have significant effects, increasing the perception of Murray's uplands being largely characterised by extensive wind farm development. What's your response, Mr. Welch?
My point here is not in relation to the significance of the effects, because we're agreed that a significant effect would occur at viewpoint 16, but I take issue with the reference to the perception of Murray's uplands being largely characterised by extensive wind farm development. Again, it's important to understand the context of the viewpoint. There is a 360-degree view from Ben Rinnis. Only 3 quadrants are represented in the EIAR and SI, so that covers 270 degrees of that full view. And the proposed development is seen essentially in the northern outlook, where it is associated with areas of existing wind farm development. As you pan around to the east and south towards the Cairngorms, a less developed landscape emerges. And I would ask you to note here the Mountaineering Scotland's consultation response, which I can read. It was very short, but it said, Ben Rinnis is probably the most significant hill in the area for many hill walkers. The preeminent view from Ben Rinnis is south to the Cairngorms and Strathspey. That is unaffected, and it is important for it to remain so for landscape and visual amenity reasons. And I believe that it is an overstatement to suggest that Murray's uplands, as experienced from the summit of Ben Rinnis, would be largely characterised by extensive wind farm development.
Thank you. You turn now to paragraph 710 of Carol Anderson's inquiry report. We don't need any documents for this. And I refer to that part of 710, which is on page 17, towards the end of the paragraph, where Ms. Anderson says, in combination, these wind farm proposals would be likely to significantly affect the amounts associated with whisky production in the Spey Valley, and so on. What do you want to say about that?
It is a similar point to Ben Rinnis in that I don't accept that the proposed development would lead to a landscape in Murray predominantly characterised by large-scale wind development. I also, for clarity, do not understand Ms. Anderson to be making any case about tourism effects, but I think that people visiting whisky distilleries with that destination in mind and using routes like the A95 would just not perceive the landscape or indeed the proposed development in that way. And again, I consider that it's an overstatement to suggest that the proposed development would redefine Murray's landscapes in that way. Thank you.
A stray point now, which doesn't need takes to any documents. The Berryburn 2 application has now, as we know, been submitted. Was it last week or the week before? Very recently, anyway. It's gone in. Have you assessed how have you assessed Berryburn 2?
In accordance with SNH guidance, we have included Berryburn 2 within the wirelines in the SI 2020 and also shown it on the ZTV mapping. It is also shown on JW2, but we do not assess it, and we've not assessed it as a development because it's still at a relatively early stage. But its timing coming into an application just as inquiry starts means we've not assessed its effects.
Now, would you take up David Moody's inquiry report, please? On my last 3 points, ma'am, if that helps. And within that report, go to paragraph 3.7, which is on page 9. And you need one document to deal with this point, and that is CD 2135, which is the SNH response to the application. And what Mr. Moody says in 3.7 is that I have reservations regarding the quality of the visualizations in the LVIA. I do not consider the visualizations to accord with the best practice guidance produced by SNH, and therefore do not consider these to provide an adequate representation of the proposed development for all agreed locations. Sorry, I should have perhaps gone back to the start of the paragraph, where he also says that it's SNH or indeed TLC. I think I missed out a word there, THC. So they don't accord with either the guidance issued by Scottish Natural Heritage, Nature Scot, or with the guidance issued by the Highland Council. And tell us what you want to say about that.
A couple of points I'd like to make in relation to this. The visualizations that we produced in support of the EIAR do accord with SNH visualization standards and therefore best practice guidance. If I could refer you to page 6 of its consultation response.
Let people get there first.
I think it's coming up on the screen as well.
Carry on.
A little bit further down on the screen there. The paragraph very clearly says the EIAR report contains a broadly robust and comprehensive assessment, and goes on in the second sentence to say, in particular, the graphics are clear and well laid out, and the visualizations are of a good quality, produced in accordance with our guidance.
Yes.
So I'm satisfied that our visualizations meet best practice. Furthermore, Ken McCorkadale, the original planning officer at Highland Council, advised us at a pre-application consultation that it was not necessary to prepare them to THC standards. And this is recorded in a note of a meeting that was sent to THC for comment, and it's contained on page 120 of Alison Sidgwick's appendix to her IR, which is CD 1410.
Now, we know that one of the concerns of the Highland Council is the pseudocychromity, I have not given you its full name, I'm sure, SLA, and especially from the Black Isle, and specifically the Ethe Road viewpoint. So I think for that we need to go to the EIAR volume, CD13, our first visit to 3 F and G, ma'am, which are all in one volume. Figure 753. Have I got that right, Mr. Welch?
Yes, you have.
It's labelled Viewpoint A, B970, Coolreach, is that right?
No, viewpoint E.
Viewpoint E, my apologies. Okay.
753E.
That's getting my... Sorry, I've got it now. 753E. And also to an SI 2019 figure. Can someone help me with the CD reference here? It'll be CD 116, is that correct, Mr. Welch?
Yes.
CD 116, figure 7.5.
That's the landscape designations map. Is that correct? Yep.
Yes, that's correct. Now, Mr. Moody deals with the Suitors Cromarty SLA, so the Suitors Cromarty, Rosemarkie and Fort George, to give it its full name, SLA, at paragraphs 516 onwards of his inquiry report. And at 526, he deals specifically with this viewpoint E that you're now going to talk about. So I want you to answer Mr. Moody's evidence on this point.
Ma'am, if you refer firstly to the plan, just to get our bearings, the Cromarty Suitors, Rosemarkie and Fort George SLA is shown at around 10 o'clock on that figure across the Murray Firth and skimming the edge of the Black Isle. Ethe Road runs along the northwestern edge of that designation. Just outside it, actually, but it's an elevated minor road running along the close to the crest of the Black Isle, which provides a good overview of the SLA. So that's why it was chosen and a viewpoint included in 753E. It's a high point, and one of the special qualities of the SLA is the views across the water, across the Murray Firth. And while it is the case that you do see the existing wind farm development, they are associated with the landscape that lies well beyond the Murray Firth and its shoreline, and there is a receding layer upon layer of landscape diminishing in the distance towards ultimately the Cairngorms National Park. Wind farms can be discerned in clear weather. We're talking here about over 30 kilometres distance, but I would not accept that the effect could be classified as prominent or dominant. And in the report to committee at paragraph 839, an assessment was made by the Council of medium to high magnitude, which I cannot support.
That's CD 112, ma'am. That's a report for handling.
In my assessment, it's a very distant element of minor significance as shown in this wireline.
Thank you. And a final point. Go to Mr. Moody's paragraph 524, please, on page 18 of his inquiry report. Now, here, Mr. Moody is talking about although it's slightly out of context, he is talking, I think, about the Dronican, Lochendorp and Davamores SLA, because he's talking about the A939 and B9007, and he says that the landform and vegetation does limit views along portions of key routes. He names those two routes and the adjoining Lochendorp Road. However, the brief glimpses that one would get would have a significant effect due to the magnitude of change and how it is viewed with existing wind farm development that results in turbines become a dominant feature in particular views. Now, to answer the point, and I should have gone there first, ma'am, you'll need SI 2020 CD 122, figure 715A. That's right. And the road I want you to focus on is the A939. We know where that goes from Grantham, going north up to the AA box at the junction of 940, and then it turns northwest towards Furness and up towards Nam. Correct?
Yes, that's
Good.
correct.
Got the right road. That's really good. I want you to respond to what Mr. Moody says in his evidence about impacts along that road.
The A939 cuts across the Lochendorp SLA, and it's shown marked here, passing from almost vertically or in a due north direction across the SLA with very, very limited ZTV until it branches off towards viewpoint 8. And I just want to make the point that where the ZTV suggests some of the highest visibility in the vicinity of viewpoint 8, where it is shaded blue, this is in fact a part of the route where there is extensive Scots pine plantation on the northern side of the road, which significantly reduces actual visibility from that part of the road. I accept that once you've reached viewpoint 8 and to the north of viewpoint 8, there is more open visibility, and that's why viewpoint 8 is sited where it is. But certainly the route is not affected to the extent you might interpret from the ZTV.
Those Scots pines in the vicinity of viewpoint 8, what height are they and roughly what age would they appear to be?
In my assessment, they're approximately 5 meters tall, which could put them in the realms of 10 years, 10 to 15 years, I would say.
Just for the benefit of those that are watching on screens, we have that's the correct map there. Is that's viewpoint 8?
That is the correct map, and if viewers can find viewpoint 8, which is down a bit, down there, it's towards the top of the screen now, above the word Dava. There, where the cursor is. That's viewpoint 8.
Mr. Welch, thank you very much. Would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you.
I think it might be an appropriate moment maybe just to break for lunch, and we can start back after lunchtime with Mr. Brown, if that's in cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fine?
That's absolutely fine for me, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, before we close, can I update the reporters and Mr. Steele on Mr. Chatterton's position? I was able to email him during proceedings, and he has emailed back, and I have notified Mr. Steele of this. Mr. Chatterton has confirmed that he does not propose to ask questions of any witness. He has stated that he simply wishes to present his own evidence and answer any questions put to him. So he will have no questions for any other witnesses. That may help with the programming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. That's very helpful.
Just one pointer. Can I take it Mr. Welch is not in Purdah yet?
No, indeed. I think that's
You can
why
have
we want
lunch
to
with
take
us.
our lunch break at the moment. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we come back at, well, if we say 45 minutes, is that enough time for everyone to have a lunch? And, yeah. So if we come back 25 to 2. Thank you very much.
I hand back to Mrs. Black and we carry on with Mr. Welsh's evidence. The first thing to mention is that a couple of people have told me that they can't hear. So please remember when you're speaking, do speak into the microphone. If you turn your head away, then people stop being able to hear you. And that's a problem because not only will the people in the room not hear you because it's so big, but also people on the webcast will not hear you. So please do remember to speak into the microphone. The second thing is, I understand recognitions have come in from the Rothes 3 applicant for noise, transport and ornithology. I'm afraid I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. So I'll have a look at them and we can let you know maybe at the end of, maybe tomorrow morning, if that's okay, whether we need to hear from those witnesses.
Of course, sir. There's not actually very much in those additional precognitions, but it's right that you should see them and read them.
We said we'd consider the National Park Authority and whether we should request that they come or cite them. We have done so. We take the view that there's sufficient in the correspondence with the National Park Authority for Mr. Steele to be in a position to make a submission on their position and on their objection. Mr. Steele's indicated that the form of such a submission might take. So simply focusing on the matters on which we need to advise ministers, we don't believe that there's an advantage in citing the National Park Authority at this stage. There are a couple of other procedural things. The Crystal Rig site inspection, Mr. Steele, you may not have had a chance to discuss that with Mr. Trinick yet.
Well, sir, we have briefly discussed that at lunchtime. I would like a little bit more time to consider the matter. We had not thought it was necessary because we thought our evidence, verbal evidence, would be persuasive enough that that wouldn't be necessary. And I wonder whether it would be appropriate to hear the evidence on that matter, and if you still feel that you want to see it, then we'll put steps in place if we can. But it's not just straightforward because we need to have a number of people there to operate the lights safely, and we also, first of all, would need to establish that they are the same type of lights that we would be proposing here. We think they are, but we need to double-check that with our witnesses. And the other point is this: in any event, it's a completely different landscape setting. So if it helps you, we will endeavour to do what we can to assist, but it may be best to hear the evidence first. You'll also note, sir, that we're not making that request. It's simply to accommodate Clash Gour on one of our turbines elsewhere. I'm not saying we won't do it, but I do note that they're asking us to assist in that regard. We believe, sir, our evidence will be good enough. It may be they don't, I don't know.
Mr. Trinick.
Well, I hear what's said, and we'll have to wait and see. We can't do it without the consent of Fergus and Renewables, but I will be calling evidence from Dr. Lumsden, who knows the Crystal Rig site very well, and who will give evidence as to the comparability of the light at Crystal Rig and the sort of lights that may be deployed, certainly at Clash Gour. I can't speak for Rothes 3. And I can only repeat that I think it would be extremely beneficial for you to see this light, even if the light is slightly different from that which may be deployed. It's a lot more alike the light which is going to be deployed than certain other lights which have been referred to in evidence, such as Hill of Glasgow. So I think it would be exceptionally valuable exercise, but I'm in the hands of others.
So perhaps we can return to this at the end of the week once we've heard the aviation evidence. Would that be okay?
Sir, just if you indicate to us if you would find it helpful, then we will revert on that.
Good. And there was one other thing which we were going to return to Murray Council on the question of Carol Anderson's consultation response.
Indeed, sir. The Council's position remains that it's a consultee in the process. It's already provided.
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear. I apologise.
If you just put it up by your mouth, it should pick up.
Yes. Is that better, Mr. Steele?
Slightly better, thanks.
The Council maintains its position that it's a consultee in the process, and it's already provided its formal consultation response. There is no obligation on the Council to disclose any internal discussions with any of its consultants which have informed its response. However, all of that being said, the Council is nonetheless willing to disclose the advice it has received from Ms Anderson for information purposes only, and it will circulate that advice later this afternoon. I trust that addresses the point.
That's very helpful, but can you just say what you mean by for information purposes only?
Yes, sir. It's just to make it clear that it's not a formal consultation response.
Not the Council's formal consultation response to Rothes 3, yeah, but it was the
Yes,
Council's
sir.
consultation of Carol Anderson for Rothes 3, yeah, okay. But as a paid consultee, as an engaged consultee of the Council.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Well, so that seems to meet the point. I assume that will cover both applications and whatever it's called. We understand that to be the actual consultation responses in the same way that the Clash Gour one has been lodged. So we're grateful for that. Obviously, if there's related emails, that'll be part of the trail as well, I assume.
Sir, on that point, the papers are still being reviewed.
Could remember to speak into the
Yeah,
microphone.
the papers are still being reviewed, sir, at the moment. So I don't know what they will contain, but certainly the spirit of what the Council is doing is making available Ms Anderson's consultation response.
Okay. Good. So we'll return to, well, I'll hand over to Mrs. Black then.
Thank you. We'll carry on with the evidence from Mr Welsh, and we'll hand over to Mr Brown for cross-examination of Mr Welsh. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr Welsh, can I take you to paragraph 219 of your inquiry report, which is CD 14.1.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr Brown. I have that.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And what you say in this section of your report is that in this inquiry report, to assist the reporter's understanding of the applicant's position at the inquiry, Open goes a step further from the LVIA and provides its experienced professional judgment on the acceptability of the significant effects it has identified in the 2018 EIR. Now, you talk there about an experienced professional judgment. As a professional judgment, would it be expected that different professionals of the same discipline could have different views?
Yes, I would.
And when you refer to a judgment, it might be a pedantic point, but are we to assume that what you're talking about is your opinion?
It is my, when I reach a view on an effect, it is my considered judgment based on the criteria that are set out in the methodology for whether it's a landscape or a visual effect. So it is an opinion, but it's applying reasoned judgment on the basis of a clear methodology.
And that's a reasoned judgment in your view as a professional qualified in this sphere?
Yes.
And being a judgment or an opinion, is it correct to say there's no standard against which, or no universal standard against which it can be assessed whether the professional's judgment is the correct judgment or not?
There is no standard as such. We apply a very detailed and considered methodology to try and give as objective an opinion as possible, but in landscape and visual assessment there is a degree of subjective opinion that invariably becomes a key part of the process.
Yes, and because it's subjective opinion, opinions can be different among professionals.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Now, at paragraph 223 of your report, what you have done there is you've referred to an earlier inquiry in which you were involved, the Lime Kiln Wind Farm inquiry, and you have quoted a passage from the reporter's report there. And what the reporter has noted in the passage you've quoted, and I'm going to about 4 lines from the put.
I'm sorry, could you just give me the reference again? I've missed it.
Sorry, paragraph 223, sir. And there's an extract from the reporter's report, and 4 lines from the bottom of page 10. It's noted that the opinion which you provided in the inquiry is stated to be on the basis that it was made clear that it was only a professional judgment. Do you have that section?
Indeed.
Yes. So that was a similar process to the one you have adopted here, where you had expressed a view on acceptability.
Indeed.
Yes. And you say in your report that you have appeared in a number of inquiries, and indeed, if we turn to page 114 of your report, you set out in the annex here your experience and the instructions you have received. And then, can I take it from the way you have expressed yourself in the last paragraph that when you're appearing in an inquiry, you will be appearing for the applicant? Is that your usual role?
Yes, in almost all cases I have been involved with, I act for the applicant or appellant.
And can we take it from the approach which you've explained you usually adopt, that in these inquiries in which you've appeared, you will have expressed a view similar to the one you've expressed here on acceptability and similar to the one you expressed in lime kilns?
Yes, that is the case. It's not always the case. It depends on the nature of the inquiry and the degree to which there is an evidence base on which to base that judgment.
And you said towards the end of that, or it is on the second last line of that paragraph, that of those you've been involved in, a number has been consented and or operational, including the following. And then on to page 115, you provide a list of those inquiries where you have appeared. Does that list include inquiries where consent was refused?
No, that's a list which I very clearly stated on the preceding page are consented or operational approvals.
So can we take it from that then that there will be applications which have been made where you have followed your usual practice and you have expressed a view on acceptability and that view has not been accepted?
Yes, that is the case. It's also the case, and I note it here, that I have on a number of occasions, advised developers that I do not consider their schemes to be acceptable, and therefore I have declined taking on an instruction.
Yes, but can we assume that if you are appearing in an inquiry giving expert evidence, that you're doing that on the basis that you believe the proposal is or should be acceptable?
As long as I have reviewed the proposal and I agree to take on the instruction, then I have already verified that I think the project or proposal is acceptable, applying the criteria that I normally apply.
Thank you. Can I take you back, please, to paragraph 223, which is on page 10 of your report? And again, this is returning to the excerpt which you provided from the Limekiln decision. And we see at the end of the part you have quoted that the report has stated, nor has that opinion, that's the opinion which you expressed, Mr. Welsh, nor has that opinion on acceptability influenced our own consideration of landscape and visual effects.
Yes, that is the case. They also say further up that paragraph that they take no issue with me providing that opinion.
Yeah, and I'm not seeking to take issue about that comment either, Mr. Welsh, but you accept that ultimately the decision which has to be made here is one for the ministers.
And I don't suggest anything otherwise than that in my report.
Thank you. Could I take you now to paragraph 313 of your report? And at this paragraph, you make the comment in the last 3 lines that SNH has not objected to the application. Correct?
That is correct.
And we have a copy of the letter from Scottish National Heritage of 15th May 2019. Do you accept that although the Scottish National Heritage did not object to the application, it still expressed concerns in that letter?
Yes, it expressed concerns in relation to what I would describe as a fairly narrow field of concern related to the visual effects from visible aviation lighting.
Could I ask you to have before you the letter which is to be found in CD 2135?
I have that, yes.
And could I take you, please, to page 6? And the 3rd paragraph from the bottom, where it said, our advice focuses on the impacts of the special landscape qualities of the Cairngorms National Park. We have only provided limited advice on impacts outside the park in the wider landscape and visual resource within the study area.
Mr. Brown, do you mind if you've got your hand up in front of the mic, so it's not picking you up?
Okay. Sorry, sir. It said there in the 3rd paragraph from the bottom, our advice focuses on the impacts of the special landscape qualities of the Cairngorms National Park. We have only provided limited advice on impacts outside the park in the wider landscape and visual resource within the study area.
Yes, that's what they say.
Yes. And then if we look at the last paragraph under the heading Design, Iterative and Mitigation, It says, stemming from our ongoing involvement in planning and management of wind energy development, we consider there is some further capacity for wind energy development in Moray.
So I've lost you. Where are you?
I'm at the last paragraph on page 6, under
right.
the heading.
On page 6.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
Thanks.
And it said in that paragraph that SNH is aware there's some further capacity for wind energy development in Moray. And it goes on to say, however, this has to take cognizance of the considerable existing and current pressures for wind energy and the sensitive landscape and visual receptors of the study area, in particular, with a focus under our remit, the Gour National Park, and the findings of the Moray Wind Energy Land Capacity Study. Is it not fair to say that what Scottish National Heritage is focusing upon here is the park, rather than the wider visual impacts?
I consider that SNH has a responsibility for both, but in this case, in the absence of concerns, particular concerns on areas outside the park, it has focused on effects inside the park because it's a nationally important asset. I'm quite convinced if SNH had material concerns about effects outside the park, it would have made that point clear.
But it did nonetheless acknowledge that cognizance had to be taken of the Moray Wind Energy Land Capacity Study.
Yes.
Now, turning to the topic of the land capacity study, if I could take you please to paragraph 6.4.
Could you give us a code document reference to that?
Yes, certainly.
Please?
It's 5.6, madam. In paragraph 6.4, sorry, 6.4 of your report. Yep, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't intending to refer to the capacity study just yet. Paragraph 6.4 of your report. You say that the capacity study is acknowledged by Moray Council as a strategic level guidance document. And do you accept also that it's strategic in nature?
What I'm saying there is that it provides strategic guidance. It does not provide detailed site-specific guidance. I'm using strategic in that sense of the word. It's a broad brush guidance is what I mean.
Yes, I understand. So it's agreed that it's a high-level study.
Yes.
And it's not a substitute for a detailed landscape and visual impact assessment.
Yes.
So every application has to be considered on its own merits.
Yes.
And can I take you, please, to paragraph 622 of your report? And here, at this section, you're doing a review of the study. And at 622, it said that it's notable that the list, which you've referred to at 621, includes both the character types in which the proposed development is cited, emboldened by open, demonstrating their suitability at a strategic level to accommodate larger turbines.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, if I may take you to paragraph 630 of your report. And in actual fact, at this section of your report, you have quoted from the capacity study.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so there's no need to go to the capacity study since we have the quote here. But if we look at the first paragraph of the quote, we see towards the end of that you have emboldened the words that it would be important to limit intrusion by locating larger turbines in similar areas set back from sensitive skylines and the outer edges of these uplands.
Yes, I highlighted that.
Yes. So do you accept that there are three limits or considerations, if I can put it that way, which have to be taken into account? First of all, the recommendation is that larger turbines should be located in similar areas. Accept that?
Larger turbines in what?
Have to be. It would be important to limit intrusion by locating larger turbines in similar areas. You accept that's there?
Yes, within the core of the uplands.
Yes. And you accept it says that they should be set back from sensitive skylines? Accept that's there?
Yes, in order to limit intrusion.
Yeah. And that they should be set back from the outer edges of the uplands?
Yes.
If I could ask you, please, to turn to paragraph 645 of your report. Now, when we get to this section in your report, what you're doing is you're looking at the assessments which are made of the landscape character types by Scottish National Heritage. Is that correct?
Yes, on the basis of its relatively new online characterisation resource.
In connection with this, it would be useful to have the document in front of you, which is CD 728.
I have that.
And at the end of... Yes, thank you very much. And could I ask you to scroll through to the part which deals with land character type 290? I'm sorry, I don't have the page reference.
I think that's page 8 of the PDF.
Page 8, thank you.
Upland, Moorland and Forestry, 290.
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much. And going back to your report, sorry, if we could just hold it to that page. Thank you. Is the page you have in front of you at the moment? Thank you. That's it. And what you do here is you refer to the fact that this study identifies 13 key characteristics. And you have referred to, if I've got this right, in your report, 2 bulleted points which are made as key characteristics, and you've referred to the first 2 characteristics on that list.
Yes, I sought to identify the key characteristics that I think are particularly relevant to the accommodation of wind energy in LCT 10.
And what consideration, if you're looking at these key characteristics, what consideration did you give to any constraints which the characteristics might impose?
We've given considerable attention to the constraints imposed in terms of the smaller scale features at some of the margins of the areas of LCT 10. We've given attention to setbacks from roads, from other settlement. So I would say through the design process for Clash Gour, we've had regard to all of these constraints.
Yes, but you've not commented on other relevant key characteristics from this list in your report.
No, because as I go on to say in 646 that I picked out the characteristics that I think are essential for the satisfactory accommodation of larger scale wind turbines. You need those characteristics if you're going to support larger scale development.
Yes, but if we were to look at the third bullet point there, which reads more detailed, higher hills on edge of the interior plateau, forming landmark features from the adjacent lower lying landscapes to the north and south and providing a backdrop to these.
That is a relevant constraint. It's not a characteristic that's essential for the satisfactory accommodation of turbines, but I completely accept that that's a constraint that needs to be responded to.
Yes. And if we were to look down the list to the sixth bullet point, which starts with more intimate farmed landscapes, you have that? More intimate farmed landscapes at the margins and close to burns and roads, with farms, small holdings and marginal pastures.
Yes, those are relevant constraints that to which regard has to be had, but they are, the purpose of identifying these points, as I do say in my report, is I'm looking for the characteristics that can accommodate large-scale wind turbines.
Yes, understand the approach you've taken in your report. If we move down to another two bullet points, which would be bullet point 8, and that bullet point starts largely inaccessible core area. You have that?
Yes.
Yeah, largely inaccessible core area with relatively limited visibility in from surrounding landscapes. Is that also a constraint?
I think that's actually an opportunity I could have identified.
But would you not accept that one of the risks of a development which is not the right development for that location is that it could start to create a visual prominence for wind farms if they're not properly sited?
I do consider that wind farms need to be properly sited, and regard has to be had to both opportunities and constraints within a character type. The opportunities and constraints arise in almost all character types. It's very unusual to find one that's homogeneous in a single way.
Yes, but of course when preparing your report, as you've acknowledged, you focused on the opportunities, and there's been no mention of the constraints which have been discussed this afternoon.
My report goes into those constraints in considerable detail.
But not by acknowledging that these are identified in the document to which you have referred.
I have drawn attention to this document and I've identified those characteristics that I think are essential to accommodate large-scale turbines, and that was the point I was seeking to make in my report. I fully acknowledge there are constraints, and I deal with those in detail throughout my report.
All right, could I ask you to move on to paragraph 652 of your report? And here you're dealing with landscape character type 11, which is the open rolling uplands. And again, reading into paragraph 653 of your report, Sorry, I'll take it more slowly. What you've said is in 652, in relation to opportunities within LCT, the capacity study identifies a near identical opportunity to that advised for LC10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. Now, could I ask you to turn back, please, to paragraph 641 of your report? And this is going back to what's said in respect of LCT10. And you again quote from the document, so I don't propose to take it to you, but it's stated there that there is some limited scope has been identified for very large turbines around 150 metre high to be accommodated in this more extensive upland landscape. You got that? And that is a quote from the capacity study. And it starts by saying there is some limited scope. Now, if we could go back to paragraph 653, which is dealing with landscape character type 11. And again, you have quoted from the capacity study, so I don't propose to take it or take you to it. But we see there that the quote you have given is that there is some very limited scope which has been identified for very large turbines. You got
Yes.
that? And do you acknowledge that there is a difference between what is said in respect of landscape character type 10 and landscape character type 11, in as much as landscape character type 10, it's noted that there is some limited scope, and with landscape character type 11, it's some very limited scope.
Yes, I would say that both identify the potential for some scope, and one for LCT 11 is qualified more heavily.
And again, looking at paragraph 653, where you've referred to the capacity study, at the end of that, 3 lines from the bottom, it said that turbines should be set well back into the core of upland areas, avoiding being sited on or nearby the landmark hills of Knockabremory, Carnborch, and Royce Hill. You've got that?
Yes.
So again, the capacity study is recognising that there may be constraints, or there are constraints at least, which are to be considered in that. First of all, turbines should be set well back into the core of upland areas. You accept that?
Yes.
And it's also said that they should avoid being sited on or nearby the landmark hills. You accept that?
Absolutely.
And at paragraph 658. At 658, you're dealing here with avoidance of significant cumulative effects from the minor road between Lacandu and Dallas, as well as from the Deva Way. And what you say is that Clash Gour cannot adhere to this expectation, and neither is it an objective that any realistic extension to Berryburn could secure, but it, which is a reference to the proposal, has been carefully designed to ensure that no unacceptable cumulative effects arise. And then at the end of that paragraph, 3 lines from the bottom, you say that this part of the capacity study appears to set an unrealistic high bar for an area that it has identified as providing the greatest potential for further large-scale wind energy development. Now, going back to the point that Clash Gour cannot adhere to the expectation, is it not true to say that it could adhere to the expectation?
I think that particular aspect of the capacity study is an unrealistic expectation because it's saying that the constraint is that it must avoid significant cumulative effects. That means there should be none. And if you consider that Clash Gour has been pushed as far back in LCT 10 from the minor road as it almost could be, then that constraint is simply not an achievable one, and it defeats the finding in the capacity study that there is some capacity for very large turbines in the character type. My point is, and it's very clear on JW2, is you can't get further into the uplands in this area from the minor road.
But does it not still leave issues here about the vertical extent of the proposed development?
That's a matter of scale, and I dealt with that to some extent in my chief today, in that the eastern group of Clash Gour is set back, I think, sufficiently far, 3.5 kilometres back from the minor road, to such an extent that it occupies a narrower and shorter field of view than the operational Rothes 2 does.
Does it not also flag that there's an issue potentially about the horizontal extent of any development?
Yes, that's what I mean by that point I just made, is that it occupies a narrower horizontal field of view when compared to the operational Rothes 1 and 2.
And the number of turbines would also be relevant to the exercise.
All of these points are relevant considerations in when designing a wind farm.
And if we move on to paragraph 659 here, you're dealing here with, again, the assessment made by Scottish National Heritage for LCT 11, which is landscape character type 291. If I could ask to have the document on screen scrolled down to get to 291. It'll be a page or so after this one. Yes, sorry, I think it might be there. I again apologise for not having these before me. Yes, if you could scroll down further, please. No, up, sorry. Yes, thank you. That's for 291. And again, here we see that, sorry, if we go back to your report at paragraph 659, you have again referred to 2 bullet points here. The high rolling moorland with gentle gradients and limited relief in the west becomes hillier in the eastern reaches. And then secondly, simple rolling landscape of hillier moorland and grassland with few plantations or structures, and the contrasting setting it provides for the occasional farm valleys at the margins and close to roads. And if I understood the approach you took to this when we looked at this analysis you conducted for landscape character type 290, what you were doing was looking at the opportunities within these key characteristics for wind farm development. And can we assume that that's the same approach you took when considering this landscape character type for 291?
It is. I wasn't simply looking for opportunities. I was looking for characteristics which might lend themselves towards the accommodation of the very large typology?
But if we look at the third bullet point, which refers to the interest provided by occasional natural and built point features in the simple landscape, such as lochans, summits, small farms, stone bridges, crofts and abandoned shieldings, would that not be a constraint?
It is certainly a constraint.
And if we look at the fourth bullet point, it refers to the general lack of modern structures, pylons, wind turbines, masts and houses, particularly in the central area close to the roads and the Deva Way, from where most people experience the area. Is that not also a potential constraint?
They are potential constraints, but what I'm trying to do in this part of my report is understand why and what characteristics, and for what characteristics the capacity study might have identified LCTs 10 and 11 as having characteristics that can support the large-scale typology.
Yes, but of course, when considering these key characteristics for both 290 and 291, in our exercise this afternoon, we have identified your point that there are characteristics which lend themselves to wind farm development, but equally there are constraints identified in the characteristics as well.
And those constraints have also been identified within the capacity study and have guided the whole design process for Clash Gour.
And does Scottish National Heritage not identify that topic-specific landscape capacity or sensitivity studies would take precedence for informing development types, such as wind farms?
I think what SNH is saying is that regard should be had to the findings of the capacity study.
Yes, if we could scroll back.
It doesn't suggest that compliance or anything stronger than that. It's a consideration.
Could I ask
take cognizance of?
Sorry, could I ask that we scroll up to the first page of that CD 728? And this is an introduction to these capacity studies. And if I could ask you, please, to scroll down to the bottom of that. Sorry, that's great, thank you. And do we see there on the third last line the statement that where there are topic-specific landscape capacity or sensitivity studies, they would take precedence for informing that development type, for example, wind farms?
Very much so. That's why I have considered both in my report. And another reason for the reporter's understanding why I looked at this document is because the new policy EP3 in the new LDP requires development proposals to reflect the characteristics that are identified in the SNH characterization. Hence why I was looking to see if there are characteristics that can support wind energy development.
Thank you. Could I take you, please, to paragraph 7.2 of your report? And if we look at paragraph 7.2, what you see is the Council considers that the siting and design of the proposed development in relation to the project's location within the upland, moorland and forestry, LCT 10 and open rolling uplands LCT 11 would give rise to significant adverse effects. And then you go on to say, and dominate the sensitive settled areas lying on the upland fringes. So what you're doing is you're referring to the fact that the council has identified significant adverse effects. But in fact, were there not significant effects identified in the LVIA?
Yes, but my report is dealing with the objections of the council. It's very clear in paragraph 7.1 there that I'm dealing with the grounds for objection through these matters.
But there were still significant effects identified in the LVIA.
Yes, indeed there were.
And if we go on to paragraph 7.12, you're talking there about the fact that it's therefore unsurprising that this landscape has been a focus for wind energy development in Moray, as it has defining characteristics that are capable of accommodating this form and vertical scale of development. So you're talking there about what's happened so far. And of course, what we're talking about here is a further development. We're talking about a development which intensifies the use. So you accept that whatever has happened in the past does not dispense with the requirement for a detailed assessment to be done in an LVIA.
No, I would never suggest that.
If I could take you then to paragraph 717 of your report. And it may be useful to have before us CD 713. And 713 is the spatial planning for onshore wind turbines, natural heritage considerations guidance document produced by Scottish National Heritage. Do you have that? Yeah. Madam? Thank you. And going back to paragraph 717 of your report, having discussed the development of wind farms in Moray, you then go on to consider that in the context of the guidance document which you have before you. And what you say is, while resulting in significant change to a part of Scotland's landscape, this dispersed corridor of wind energy sites occupies a consistency of landform that has the physical characteristics needed to accommodate this form and scale of development, representing the type of change that SNH envisages under the objective for landscape change in its spatial planning and onshore wind turbines natural heritage considerations guidance document which you have before you. Now, and then at the end of that paragraph, you say the objective recognises that the area is one whose landscape character may be allowed to change, which could result in a perception of a wind farm landscape. Now, this is a guidance document. What is the primary audience of this guidance document?
Anybody involved in the planning of wind energy?
Well, if I can take you to page 3 of the document, please. And if I could ask you to look at the 4th paragraph on page 3. It said there the guidance is aimed at planning authorities. Sorry, do you have that? Page 3.
Yes, I have that.
And it's entitled a guidance document, so it states clearly there in paragraph 4 that the guidance is aimed at planning authorities. So is this a tool which is designed to assist planning authorities with how to manage landscape changes and considerations it should take into account?
Yes, I mean, it goes on in that paragraph to say it may also be of use to a broader range of stakeholders, including
Indeed.
development and community interests. So they acknowledge that it may have a broader interest. I believe it is specifically intended to help planning authorities in the delivery of spatial frameworks by having regard to natural heritage considerations. And in that sense, the former SG very much took on that mantle and indeed identified LCTs 10 and 11 as areas for the most concentrated opportunities for wind energy in Moray.
Could I ask you to turn to page 13 of that document?
Yes, I have that.
And what we have here is the document talking about the processes the planning authority should consider going through. One, identify landscape policy objectives, and there's a reference there to Annex 1. And if we go to Annex 1, which is on page 20 of the document, we see the 3 policy objectives, which are landscape protection, landscape accommodation, or landscape change. Those are the 3 which are being referred to.
Yes.
And if we go back, please, to page 13, it says that in judging whether or not to accept, do you have that, page 13? And if we look at the paragraph which starts after the 4 listed points, 4 numbered listed points, do you have that? It starts in judging.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. In judging whether or not an area should be kept free of wind farms of a particular size and scale, it's helpful to develop a clear view about which of 3 possible landscape objectives could apply: landscape protection, accommodation, or change. And then it refers again to Annex 1. So this is guidance to the local authority, or the planning authorities, about which of these 3 objectives it may wish to adopt in relation to land within its territory.
And specifically in the preparation of spatial frameworks.
Yes, but it's a guidance document for them.
It's a guidance document in the same way that the capacity study is.
Yes, so for the avoidance of any doubt, what this guidance document doesn't do is set objectives for anyone.
No, it does not set objectives. It provides guidance to planning authorities on the objectives they may choose to set when preparing spatial frameworks, amongst other things.
Yes, because by its nature, it is guidance. It's not prescriptive.
I would agree with that.
And then in the next paragraph after the one which we've just looked at, it said that even where thresholds for change have been identified, however, individual proposals should always be evaluated on merit, and there may be a need to review such thresholds in light of changing circumstances and priorities. So can I take it that that is a signal that the situation has to be kept under review by planning authorities, and that detailed assessments still have to be done for every proposal which comes forward?
Yes.
If we can go back to your report, please, at paragraph 718. if you have that.
717.
718.
718, yes.
Yep. And here you're talking about the Landscape Institute Board of Trustees. And you've said that the Landscape Institute Board of Trustees has recently declared a climate and biological diversity emergency, and the Institute's Royal Charter obliges landscape architects to act not just in the public interest, but also in the interest of place and nature. And then you continue in paragraph 719 saying, while this does not suggest that professional independence should not be maintained in all work undertaken, it provides a context to Open's work and the application of professional judgment, which might infer, for example, that it should expect a higher degree of landscape change in some places in order to secure means by which climate change can be addressed or mitigated for broader benefit. Now, this is a statement which you have provided from the Landscape Institute, but of course, from what you've said in paragraph 17, the Charter obliges landscape architects to act not just in the public interest, but also in the interest of place and nature.
Yes.
And the phrase place and nature, does that not infer there is still a balancing exercise which has to be carried out here?
Yes, of course there is. I would accept that.
If I could take you to paragraph 751 of your report, please.
Seven,
751.
51. Right.
51. And here, what you're doing is addressing the concept in the capacity study of the landmark hills. And what you say is, on the matter of landmark hills, while much emphasis is placed in the capacity study on their protection, Open does not agree that their identification within WELIX, or the capacity study, has any logic or rationale in landscape and visual terms. Now, so if you just give me a moment. Yes, if I could ask you, please, to have before you CD 728, again, please, which is the SNH landscape character assessment. And I think we identified before it was page 8 on the PDF copy. And if I could ask you to turn to the next page, which is page 9. Thank you very much. And we see in the paragraph under the heading Landscape Character Description Landform that it says that the landscape character type features a gently undulating plateau-like landform with smooth, even slopes, including broad, rounded hills situated at the northern and eastern edges of the higher land to the south. There are more defined and higher hills found in the edge of the low-lying interior in basins such as Brownmuir, Milbury and Carnakeelach. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that not some support from Scottish National Heritage, at least, for the concept of the landmark hills?
Well, they don't use the term here that these are to be defined in guidance as landmark hills. They point out that they are more defined higher hills, and I've take no issue with that. I take issue with the way they have been applied in the capacity study.
Well, could I turn to the last paragraph of that page, please? Thank you very much. And 4 lines down into that paragraph, it said that large areas, particularly extensive plateau landforms, are not visible from public roads, settlements or surrounding areas. The prominent hills at the edges of this character type provide a backdrop to the small-scale valleys from the immediate skylines to adjacent, lower-lying, well-settled valley character types, and are the focus of views from these. The hills are also landmark features in views from the north and the coastal plain. We see reference there to the use of the word landmark, do we not?
Yes, they say they are landmark features in views from the north and the coastal plain. They don't go on to say that these should be used to guide the placement of development within each character type. I mean, some of the landmark hills have been identified within wind farms, which strikes me as being taking it a step too far. I accept that hills like Ben Rinnis, for example, is a landmark hill. Some of the hills that are identified within the capacity study, I think, are relatively unremarkable. Some are more remarkable, like Knockabray Mori.
But you accept there is reference in the landscape character assessment prepared by Scottish National Heritage, at least, to some of these hills being prominent?
Yes, and I don't dispute that.
And if I could ask you, please, to have before you CD 562, which is the land capacity appendix. And if I could ask, please, that we turn to page 172 on the PDF. So,
I think you have to tell us the heading or something. We haven't got...
yes, sorry.
measurements.
Well, it's probably easier to count from the back of the document if you've got a hard copy. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 pages in from the back.
That Appendix F.
Appendix F, madam, thank you. And do we see there that there is, in fact, a description given for the hills which are identified as being landmark hills? Do we see do you see that?
Yes, I see that. Yes,
Yes,
there are
so-
descriptions for each one.
Yes. So would you accept that that provides a rational explanation, at least on the part of the council, as to why it considers these hills to be landmark hills?
I agree that the council has identified them and described them there. What I don't understand is why wind energy capacity or opportunities are directed in relation to these landmark hills when some of them are indeed located within wind farms. And that's the sort of nature of my concern about the illogical definition of them. Carn Kitty, for example, is sited within Bury Burn, and yet other wind farms proposed wind farms are advised to avoid them.
Okay, if I could take you to paragraph 815 of your report, please. And when you were giving your evidence in chief, you mentioned that you had appeared in the inquiry concerning Doronell Wind Farm. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, both inquiries.
Yes. And here, in this paragraph, you're talking about the Doronell Wind Farm. And 4 lines down, there's a sentence which starts, the Doronell Wind Farm is operational within the core of the former AGLV south of Dufton, demonstrating that local tier designations of this type and wind farm development are not necessarily mutually exclusive.
Yes.
And of course, you acknowledge that the development was in the former AGLV.
Yes.
There. And I don't think it's controversial that, of course, the council has moved on and it now has special landscape areas.
That's correct.
And one of those special landscape areas is the Ben Rinnes special landscape area.
Yes.
You're aware of that? And are you aware of what happened to the boundary of that special landscape area when it was when the character assessments were being drawn, or the designations were being drawn?
I would need to look at the designations review I can't recall precisely why or how it was redrawn in relation to Doranel.
So you don't know whether Doranel is now included in the SLA or excluded from the SLA?
Not without looking at the plan, no.
Thank you. Could I ask you to have before you, please, viewpoint 3, which is the view from the Divvy Viaduct, and the CD reference for that is CD 1.3, Volume C, Figure 725E.
Sorry, which volume?
Sorry, 3C, madam. I'll get the figure number.
I think it's 725, isn't it?
Yes, 725 E and F, which unfortunately is a double photo montage. Do you have that? Yes. And just to get our bearings here, this is taken from the Divvy Viaduct.
That's correct.
And we can see that in the figure 725F, we have the wall of the viaduct just in view.
Yes.
There. And what we see looking across the landscape in figure 725F is the western group of the development.
Yes, I refer to them as the southern group, but yes.
The southern group.
Yeah.
Now, I know it's awkward, but could I ask you please to look at paragraph 938 of your report?
Yes.
And what you say here in relation to the views from the Deva Way is that the appearance of Clash Gour and views from the Deva Way, while significant in visual terms, affects one part of the route and would not be seen at a proximity where it could be described as having a dominant visual effect. It would undoubtedly be prominent, but it would also appear to form a logical extension to Berryburn. And you explained that in your evidence in chief that, in your view, prominent is, if I can put it this way, a stop short of a dominant effect.
I think that's fair.
And if we look at figure 725E and 725F. And in particular at 725F, we see the turbines, and we see them protruding above the forest there.
Yes.
And we can see the size of them above the forest. You can see the size of the turbines.
You can see the partial size of them because some of them is hidden behind the forestry.
And if we compare those to the turbines which are in 725E, do you accept that they appear to be sitting closer to the viewer from the Divvy Viaduct?
Yes, they do.
And we can see in the photograph, which is figure 725F, the horizontal extent
Yes.
of them. And your position remains that notwithstanding those features I've referred to, these do not have a dominant effect on that landscape?
I consider that these are a prominent element in that landscape from what is a relatively fleeting view from the Darver Way on the viaduct.
But again, that would be a matter of professional judgment.
Set back by a distance of 3.6 kilometres.
Yes, but the question of whether they are prominent or dominant would be a matter of professional judgment.
It could be reasoned professional judgment. Somebody else might decide that they were dominant. I do not consider they're dominant at that range.
Could I ask you to have before you viewpoint 28, and the reference for that is CD 1.3, volume 3E. And the figure number for that is 750D. And if we look at, sorry, do you have that figure in front of you? 750D?
I have 750D.
Yes. And this is a view from viewpoint 28 on the B9010 Tor Castle.
Yes.
And this is a view looking towards the settlement of Dallas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we see Dallas there in the midground. And we see, sitting above Dallas, we have a notch which appears in the line of the forests where they converge just above Dallas. They slope down.
Yes.
And we see in that notch the proposed development.
Yes, part of it.
Part of it. And that is the west, sorry, the west grouping. Sorry, the eastern grouping. Sorry, the eastern grouping.
Yes.
Yes. And again, in the middle of the turbines, do we see that there is just to the left-hand side of the bush, which is in the foreground, to the left of that, in the middle of the pylons, sorry, the turbines, we see a pylon, an electricity pylon.
Yes.
And we see, as we've talked about, the turbines perched above Dallas. And would you accept that in this view, it's possible to draw a comparison of the scale of the turbines with the pylon which can be seen?
I would say yes, that does give us a sense of scale. The turbine hubs are, broadly speaking, the same height as the top of the tower, maybe fractionally above.
And would you accept that the settlement of Dallas, which we see on the landscape there, also provides a sense of scale for the turbines?
Yes, it's certainly more in the foreground.
And this particular viewpoint is not one which I've noted you have specifically addressed in your report, but what effect do you believe these turbines have upon that viewpoint?
We have assessed a significant effect would arise at that viewpoint.
And would you, following your earlier approach in relation to the Deva Way, would you consider it to be the view to be of the turbines to be prominent, or would you consider it to be dominant?
I consider them to be prominent in that view. Again, they're over 3 kilometres from the viewpoint. They're set back, as you said, you can see through to the uplands that lie beyond the settlement, and they're rooted in those uplands that lie beyond Dallas. That view does not capture what you see from within Dallas itself. This is a view from a minor road some distance to the north of Dallas.
Looking towards Dallas?
Looking towards Dallas.
But do you not accept that the notch which is created by the landscape there, which we talked about before, would that not have the effect of drawing your eye more up towards these turbines?
I think that, this view is looking directly at Dallas because that's where the development is, but it's a wider panorama than is shown in this single panorama. I think the turbines will be prominent in this view.
Yes, but my question was actually whether you believe the viewer's eye would be drawn up to the turbines because they are in this notch.
I think the movement of the turbines will draw your eye to their presence.
But notwithstanding that, your view is that the effect is prominent, not dominant.
Yes.
But that's your professional view.
That's my professional opinion.
And others could have a different view of that.
They may do.
Thank you. When considering viewpoints, could I ask you, please, we can put that away now, thank you. There was discussion in your evidence in chief about viewpoint 1. And in particular, I'd like to take you to Ms. Anderson's report. If you could have that before you, please. And if I could ask you, please, to turn to page 12 of that report. And in particular, to paragraph 616, lower Roman numeral 3. And in the second last line, Ms. Anderson has said that the proposal will appear much closer to the west side of the road than the operational Paul's Hill and Berryburn developments. Now, when you were taken to that paragraph in your evidence in chief, we have you noted as saying that Ms Anderson's conclusion is inaccurate. But in actual fact, is she inaccurate? Could I take you please to...
I can check my notes, but I don't think I used the word inaccurate. I certainly questioned her observation there on the basis that Meikle Hill is also a valid consideration.
Well, could we please turn to the large figure JW2, which I believe is CD 14.2. Yes, and if you could turn, please, to the plan itself, which is JW2, or figure JW2, sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your help. And if we go to viewpoint 1 on this figure, please, which is towards the middle of the page, just between where the names Meikle Hill and Rothes 2 appear. Do you have that?
Yes, I have that.
Yes. And obviously, in the viewpoint, we're looking towards the development. And when you're looking towards the development, do we not first see the eastern group of turbines? Then we see Berryburn.
Yes.
So you accept that Ms Anderson has correctly stated the position at paragraph 6.16.3 of her report, when she says the proposal will appear much closer to the west side of the road than the operational Paul's Hill and Berryburn developments.
I don't accept that it will appear much closer to the road than Paul's Hill. I accept that it will appear closer to the road than Berryburn. That's for the reasons I gave in my chief, in that because of, it's all about the relative height and how it's perceived over distance, but the eastern cluster of Clash Gour will appear of a similar vertical height to Rothes 2. Because Rothes 2 is closer to the road.
Yes, but to be clear about this, paragraph 6.16.3 in Ms Anderson's report appears in the section which she has described on the previous page with the heading Visual Effects. If you turn to page 11. Yes, and in this section of Ms Anderson's report, do you accept that what she is doing is she is focusing on the effects of the development itself, looking at it from the west? So, or looking at it towards the west? She's not looking at the eastern side of the road.
Well, she has to be looking at the eastern side of the road if she's making a comparison with the proximity of Clash Gour and the proximity of Paul's Hill. She goes on to say that in these views, this proposal will appear much closer to the west side of the road than the operational Paul's Hill. Well, I can only infer from that that she's meaning than Paul's Hill would from the east side of the road. And she goes on to say that Paul's Hill appears set back from this road. And my point is that the vertical height of both schemes is almost the same when you look at viewpoint 1.
But Ms Anderson is correct that in locational terms, the eastern grouping is nearer to the road than Berryburn.
Yes, that's factually correct. I took issue with Paul's Hill this morning.
If I could take you to, again, your evidence in chief, evidence in chief earlier when you commented upon paragraph 710 of Ms Anderson's report. If you have that in front of you. 710 of Ms Anderson's report. Yes.
Yes, I have that.
Yes. Thank you. And we have noted in our notes from this morning's session that you do not accept that the proposed development in itself would have an effect upon the view from the road and the likely significant effect on the romance associated with whisky production in the Spey Valley. Is that correct?
I don't accept that it would have an adverse or significant effect on on people visiting whisky distilleries as a destination.
And when making that judgment, are you referring to the development alone having that impact or not having an impact?
Her point is about the combined effects of those the proposals.
Yes.
And I have to say that in relation to the A95, which is the principal route that we've discussed today, as a means for people to visit the distilleries, I do not accept that from a combined point of view that would be a significant deterrent to people to visit those tourist facilities.
Okay, thank you. If I can take you back to your report now and ask you to go to paragraph 1026 of your report. And it would be useful to have before you CD 717. And if you could also have the figure JW2 as well, which we've just looked at before you at the same time.
Sorry, what was the first document you wanted?
717.
717.
And I'll just get that for you. And 717 is the guidance from SNH about the siting and design of wind farms in the landscape.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Brennan. I'm just wondering in terms of time, how are we doing for cross-examination? Just wondering if we should have a break at some point.
I may have 10-15 minutes left, Madam.
Okay, well, maybe just carry on then,
Yes.
finish your own cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may just have a moment, Madam. Thank you. And I'd identified that the document 717 is the guidance from SNH about the siting and design of wind farms in the landscape. And that is the document which you refer to at paragraph 1026 of your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in particular, you refer to paragraph 4.5 of that document. So could I ask you please to have a look at paragraph 4.5, which is on page 20, at the page number 29 in the guidance.
I have that.
Yes, thank you. And what the guidance is doing here is addressing the development of multiple wind farms and saying that they can create different types of cumulative effect. And there are 3 bullet points there. And these seem to be in an ascending order of significance on the landscape. Would you accept that?
It represents a gradual intensification.
Yes, I think we're on the same page on that. So, I have noted that in your paragraph 1026 of your report, you have given the definition of a landscape with wind farms as defined by SNH's Siting and Design Wind Farms in the Landscape 2017 guidance as a landscape where wind farms, and there's a quote, are seen as a key characteristic of the landscape, but not of sufficient dominance to be a defining characteristic of the area. And if I've read that correctly against paragraph 4.5, we are actually at the second bullet point in the guidance document.
Yes, second bullet point and second figure.
Yes. And in landscape terms at the moment, that is what you're saying the landscape position is, that it's a landscape with wind farms at the moment.
Yes, and rather than simply being my opinion, SNH's landscape characterisation that we looked at earlier also finds wind farms to be a key characteristic.
Thank you. And then you go on in paragraph 1027 to say addition of the proposed development would result in the redefining of a part of the upland landscape as a wind farm landscape character type. At the local level, where the wind turbines, and again there's a quote here, appear as a dominant characteristic of the area, seeming to define the character type as a wind farm landscape character area. And that quote, if I've properly interpreted that paragraph against the guidance, is actually a reference to the third bullet point in paragraph 4.5.
Yes, and the third figure.
And the third figure. And then going back to your report, at paragraph 1028, you say, in summary, the proposed development, or scenario B, would not give rise to a perception of a wind farm landscape, except within the extent of the application site itself, where the proposed wind turbines would be the prevailing or defining characteristic. So in making that statement, you're accepting there will be a change.
Yes, I'm accepting that there will be a change because of the introduction of the proposed development to the baseline landscape character around Bury Burn.
And then you go on to say, with reference to inquiry figure GW2, it is considered that the perception of a wind farm landscape is likely to extend to approximately 1 kilometre from each of the 3 Clash Gour clusters. Now, if we can then have a look at your drawing GW2. And that's CD reference 14.2, and we have it on the screen in front of us. And if we look at the legend on the right-hand side of that drawing, number 8, counting from the bottom, there is a faint grey line box, which you've said is to signify a 1 kilometre radii. Have that?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. They're shown on the plan.
And if we then have a look at the drawing, we can see in the centre of the drawing we've got Buryburn named and Buryburn 2 named, and we have the Clash Gour proposal surrounding Buryburn. We've got the southern group, or the western group, we've got the northern group, and we've got the east group. And if we look closely at those groups, we can see that you have in fact drawn the 1 kilometre radii line around those groups. It's quite faint, but hopefully, Madam, Sir, I've been able to identify it. The large drawing is much easier for identifying it. And what we see in the drawing, if we start with the southern grouping, which is mainly green, we see the line 1 kilometre radius drawn round. In the north, it's maybe a bit more difficult to see, but we can see it there. And to the east, we can see it there as well. Now, can I ask you to look at the southern or the western grouping? And if we have a look at the faint grey line, which you have drawn 1 kilometre from the proposal, do we see that that grey line takes in 5 turbines of Buryburn?
Yes.
And if we look at the northern group, and we look for the faint grey line, do we see that that has certainly taken in 2 of the turbines of Buryburn?
Yes.
And maybe just the turbine that sits between the northern group and the western group, maybe just skirts that one. And one of the things which I've noticed about this is that you've taken the approach of drawing this faint grey line 1 kilometre around the 3 groupings. Would you accept that whether it's 1 kilometre is a matter of professional judgment that's appropriate?
I just want to be clear that these 1 kilometres are a very standard graphic to put on any form of landscape and visual plan. It's simply to provide people with the ability to see how far receptors are from the turbines. So there's nothing other than an aid to help somebody read dimensions off the plan.
Okay.
I have said that I think you would perceive a wind farm landscape within about 1 kilometre of the wind farm groups, and I think it is about proximity. You need to be sufficiently close to get that level of intensity, but I think it's fair to say you could darken those lines at 1 kilometre from each of the wind farm clusters, and you pretty much have the wind farm landscape. Of course, it envelops Berryburn, which of itself has a wind farm landscape when you're in that wind farm. I mean, any wind farm that you progress into, when you're in the middle of it, the likelihood is that you will perceive that as a wind farm landscape.
So the diameter of the landscape would then extend from the south or western group through Berryburn up to the faint grey line of the northern group.
Yes, and if I've not been clear there, I mean, certainly because Berryburn, in effect, these groups extend or give a perception of extending Berryburn on 3 sides, it follows that perception of a wind farm landscape would include an experience if you were standing in Berryburn. Because I would argue that almost every wind farm that you go into, if you're in the middle of it, you'll have a wind farm, you'll experience a wind farm landscape as described by SNH there, where turbines are the dominant characteristic of the area.
Yes. And did I pick you up correctly earlier when you said, with reference to this 1 kilometre radii, that it's fairly standard to draw that on a plan?
Depending on the scale of the figure, if you look at any of our figures in the EIA or the SI, they all have dimension bands on them, a radii. Obviously, because we've zoomed in here, I felt it helpful to put them on at 1 kilometre so that we could take measurements easily. But normally you'd put on 5, 10, 15 kilometres.
Yes, because your view in paragraph 1028 of your report is that, with reference to inquiry figure JW2, it is considered that the perception of a wind farm landscape is likely to extend to 1 kilometre from each of the 3 Clash Gour clusters.
Yes.
Yeah. If we go back to this drawing, and we have a look at Hill of Glashkyle, I don't see a similar line drawn around that development.
That's because I'm not assessing the Hill of Glashkyle. It is an assessment of the proposed development. Similarly, I haven't drawn radii around Rothes or Kellis or any of the others, or Paul's Hill.
But do they not form part of the baseline which you should be assessing?
They certainly do form part of the baseline, and I'm talking about the extent of a wind farm landscape that the proposed development would contribute to.
Yes, well,
and I've just accepted that it would effectively envelop Berryburn. Hill of Glashkyle is slightly different because it is separated and set in commercial plantation, so it doesn't feel perhaps quite as much a part of that group.
Doesn't feel quite as much a part of that group.
It is slightly. It reads as a slightly different landscape setting because it's in a plantation.
Reads as a slightly different plantation setting.
Yes.
If we were to draw a 1 kilometre radius around Hill of Glashkyle in the way you've done for Berryburn, where would that line lie in relation to the northern group of Berryburn? Sorry, Clash Gour.
It would overlap it,
Yes.
but you have to realise it is set in commercial plantation, so how you actually perceive it might be a different matter.
Yes, but in landscape terms, it would overlap it.
Yes, it would.
And if we now go to Paul's Hill, if we were to draw a 1 kilometre line around Paul's Hill, where would it lie in relation to the line of Clash Gour?
It wouldn't overlap it, but it would be close to it.
It would be close to it. So in actual fact, assuming...
I would say the Paul's Hill turbines are obviously shorter, so that sense of SNH's description of them being a dominant feature would probably draw that in more tightly.
But nonetheless, in landscape terms, the lines would be very close.
Yes.
Yeah. And of course, that's all on the hypothesis that your approach taken in paragraph 1028 is the correct one, that a 1 kilometre radii is appropriate. That's your professional view.
That's my professional opinion on the matter. Having regard to SNH's guidance, particularly around the need for the wind farms to become the dominant characteristic of the area.
Well, if we put all of that together, the merging of the 1 kilometre radii of Hill of Glashyle with the Clash Gour development, with the Berryburn development, with the fact that in your analysis a 1 kilometre radii around Paul's Hill would come very close to Clash Gour. Are we not looking at an impact on the landscape which is much wider than the 1 kilometre radii which you have suggested around just Clash Gour?
And I think that's what I go on to describe in 1029.
Yes, but of course in 1028 what you said is that there would be the perception of a wind farm landscape 1 kilometre around each of the Clash Gour clusters. And what I'm putting to you is that if you follow the logic of your approach to that, and you do the same thing with Hill of Glashyle, and you do the same thing with Paul's Hill, what we have is a landscape character which is much wider in combination than just that you have suggested for Clash Gour.
And I think I fairly acknowledged that in 1029 there would be a concentration of wind farm development, which, curiously, is very much what the Council predicted in its former SG.
So that would be a change in the landscape of that area.
It certainly would be.
Yes.
Which again is what the capacity study anticipates or indicates may happen. And it was something that was taken forward in the SG at the time the planning application was determined.
Well, that's the point, of course, isn't it? That the capacity study says may happen.
It doesn't say there's no capacity, it says there is some limited and some very limited.
Yes. But it's not a foregone conclusion that that will happen.
No, it's guidance.
It's guidance. And the reason for that is because every proposal has to be considered on its own merits.
I accept that every proposal has to be considered on its own merits.
And thinking back to the earlier examination, and thinking about SNH's spatial planning for onshore wind turbines, which is in CD 713. If that could be brought up, please, I'd be grateful. CD 713. And in the appendix of that document, we looked at the 3 landscape objectives. And I'll just wait for them to be brought up. Yeah, so we've got 3: landscape protection, landscape accommodation, and landscape change. Now, you've accepted it's landscape change, so we're in the 3rd category here of this guidance document.
I think that's an appropriate definition.
Yep. How did the design and access statement characterise the scale of change?
It thought it could be articulated as the middle category, landscape accommodation.
But in fact, that thought, in light of the evidence you have just given, has been disproved because you've accepted that we're talking about landscape change.
I think what we're talking about is not wholesale landscape change for LCT 10 or LCT 11. We're talking about landscape change within the areas where a wind farm landscape would be created as a result of this development. There are large parts of LCT 10 and 11 where that perception would not arise if this were approved.
But the fundamental point is there is change.
There is change, and this is, I would say, what the landscape capacity study indicates may be an appropriate place to accommodate that change, and certainly the former supplementary guidance did.
Yes, but as you acknowledge that it says may, and every application has to be considered on its own merits.
Of course.
Sorry, if I can just have a moment, madam, just to check whether there's anything else. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Now, I'm conscious of timing for today's proceedings. Mr. Finlay for Highland Council, we have in the programme an hour to an hour and a half. Are we still looking at that sort of timing?
It's very difficult to tell, but broadly an hour. My learned friend has touched on a couple of topics that I wanted to raise. Just looking at the timing, we're slightly in Mr. Trinick's hands for tomorrow morning, but I imagine tomorrow morning will be much shorter than appears on the timetable, given my indication that Highland Council aren't interested and the other developments. So I'm in your hands whether you want me to start this afternoon. I could make some progress if you're aiming to finish at 4, or to start afresh tomorrow morning. I can easily make use of 15 minutes of time if you want me to do so.
I think we could probably run on, if everyone's happy enough to... Sorry, yes.
I don't running on to 4, that's fine. I think you said 4 o'clock would be the break time. On the other hand, it's quite clean to start in the morning with Mr. Finlay rather than starting and finishing. Tomorrow is going to be emptier than it looks, I think. I don't think my lighting witnesses are going to occupy us that long. So I don't think we're running short of time to keep the timetable if you wanted a break now.
Yeah, I think we're agreed that we'll maybe just make a clean break today if everyone's happy to do that and just come back tomorrow morning. Obviously that means you're in Purda overnight, Mr Welsh, but it's not unusual, I'm sure. We have 10 o'clock in the programme. I don't know how everyone feels about coming back slightly earlier, at 9:30 perhaps, or...
I'd be very happy to start at 9:30. I think our hotel, in terms of the time they provide breakfast, wouldn't be quite so happy.
So
do you mind if we stick to 10 for that reason?
Preference is to stay to 10.
If that's all right.
Start at 10. OK, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Yes, I should, just to reiterate what Mr Seaton said this morning, we can leave all our documents in the venue, so obviously don't leave any valuables, but we can leave documents in boxes, etc. Thank you.